Good morning. Quickly make that tweet. Good morning, Wind Up World. I'll enter Lone Fire in a second. Give me a moment. Okay. Alright, tweet has been made. Lone Fire has not been entered yet. Alright. Ooh! Oh, hold on. Oh, you were there, right? Yeah, I was like, I've met almost everyone of the people that are always here in the beginning of the stream, except for X Crazy. Yeah, okay. Well, if you had to leave early, that makes sense then. But thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Level 3 plant. Vanilla. Old. I think that's the closest to Lone Fire we've ever been, like, on the first guess. Okay, we can't mess this up. We can't mess this one up. We have to get the surely. Okay, vanilla plants. Is Firegrass level 3? No, it's not. Firegrass is not level 3. No. Good morning, Terrence. I'm doing good. How are you? Okay, let me think. The old vanillas. Which one is a plant? Hi, Cyberhorn. What's up, Murat? What's up, Football Tea? How you guys doing? Vanilla plants. Vanilla plants. Isn't there some thorn card? Oh! God damn it. That could have been it. No, it couldn't have been it. Wait, no, it could have been. Oh my god. Oh, that was so close. I thought we had it. Jerry Beansman? Ooh, could it be Jerry Beansman? That's so funny. It's Jerry Beansman. Oh my god. Yeah. It's Jerry Beansman. Oh my god. That's so based. Yeah. Okay, I need to fill my water. I'm not ready for the card guesser yet. We need more people in chat for the card guesser, but I'll be right back. I'll just fill my water in a second. Give me a second. Okay. All right. You're my favorite player? Thank you. Yeah, it actually was Jerry Beans, man. That's insane. Morning, Aaron. What's up, Elior? All right. I do think the Discord notification has worked. So that's fine. I think we should have enough people in here then that we can. Honestly, I'm afraid of doing card guesser, cuz I swear to god I don't think we can hit a run like yesterday. Maybe we can. Maybe we can. I don't know. We'll try. Today's my birthday. Happy birthday, Nilmi. Fields birthday man's in chat. Do I have that emote? Fields birthday man. Fields. I think I do. Yeah, I do. Okay, Fields birthday man. There you go. Yesterday we got 900. I don't think we can do that again. Yesterday's run was crazy. I mean, we could. Let's see. I mean, you know, we'll try. We'll try. You know, crack the knuckles and see. Boom. Oh, this looks so familiar. I feel bad for zooming. It's a book of something. Is it Book of Life? No, but is it Tayu? Secrets of Pharaoh, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate you. Which book is it? Oh my, it's some book. I'm gonna feel bad. Oh no. I almost want to restart. Oh, I feel so bad. What is this? Restaurant Impact, okay. Oh, it's Threatening Roar. Why did I zoom so much? Alright. Okay. Is this Trigon? Please be Trigon. No? Dragon Laser. I'm pretty sure that is Trigon in the artwork. Oh, this is the trap monster, the embodiment of Apophis, yeah. Or Apophis? I don't know. Okay, I did not know that. I got that from chat. I did not know this card existed. Oh, it's a Wind Witch. Wind Witch Freeze Bell, okay. Secret Tome. It's a Gravekeeper Crown Trap. Tomb. Imperial Tomes? Yeah, okay, not Secret Tomes, Imperial Tomes. Key. Mouse? Yeah. I think it's some Constellar. Maybe not? Oh no, it's not. Okay. It gave me bad Constellar vibes. This is a 6 Samurai Trap. It's a 6 Samurai Trap. It's not back against the wall. It's a different one. But I don't think I can name it. And I just wasted a lot of time on that. Return of the 6 Samurai. It's this area, but which one? Oh no, it's oh, you're right, it's Ariel. It's Gishki Ariel, right? Yeah. This is Red Dragon Ninja. Yes. Oh, what is it called? They use this thing to not deck out or something in one of the... Is it a Marin dog? Is it Outstanding? No. Mary. Outstanding Dog Mary. Yeah, that's what it is. Is this Hope for Escape? I don't think it is. Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, I think it's a Dark Lord card. Okay. I've seen him before. I've seen him before, and I think I even know the German name for this card, but I don't know the English one. Yeah. This is an old secret rare. And it has some... It starts with J. Yes, Gerald. Gerald. I don't know why that's funny. This has a weird name. This is a weird looking plant with a weird looking name. Well, it's not that weird. Cephalotus. I think this is a wind up. I think this is wind up soldier. Nope. Warrior? It is warrior. Ah, it's Thunder Dragon Fusion. Why did I... Oh my god, why did I zoom more? I already knew. Ah. Don't say it, chat. I think it's Subterror. I think this is Vendred Origin again. One of the two. Is it? Yes. Okay. This is like it's like the only Vendred card that I always know. Wait, I know this. This is Mask the Dragon, is it not? Yeah. Tiki or the other one? Tiki or the other one? Tiki's Curse or Soul? Curse. Okay, guessed it on the first one. Alright, easy clap. 1 to 50-50 because I did not know which one. Is this a Marincess card? I think it is. Is it Wave? It's not Wave. Then I don't know what it is. It was a Marincess card, but it was not one of the ones that were played. This is Matter Transporter. Yep. This is a Triamid field spell, but I don't know which one. I would guess Pulse, but yeah, Fortress. Okay. Ooh, what? What? It's like, oh, it's a new of those. A to Z. Okay, I would have not guessed that ever. This does not look familiar. Reject Reborn. Yes. Oh god. It's always so tough because they always look so similar. The Tyrant and Retort cards and whatever. This is an old card that I have seen that I cannot name. Fake Feather. Alright. How is this side called? There are exclamation mark guessing. There's a command for it if you want to play along or you want to play yourself. This is Mass Production. Yep. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think we hit 900, but this is also not a bad round, at least so far. Okay, this is, I have seen this one, but I am going to skip it because, yeah, I would have not guessed it. I have seen it, it's old. Guessing is the command, not guesser. Contrast Hero, I have seen him before. This is this Urgent Tuning? Nope. Okay, then I don't know. Synchro Strike. This is Dark Magician of Chaos on the artwork, but I don't think it is Dark Magician of Chaos. It is something light and dark. I think it's this one. Yeah. Is this Bitron? Please be Bitron. Armored Bitron or Bitron? No? I thought it was Bitron. Is it not? Digitron. Oh, I think we've done the same mistake before. I'm pretty sure that happened before already. Thoroughblade. This is like the new Wonder Wand kind of thing, but I don't know the name. This is the card that I never drew doing YCS Dortmund. Which is weird that I even... Oh my god, it's a scythe... A scythe freaking jump scare. Get that out of here. Orbital 7. I think that's Dream Mirror, whenever there's a mirror. Yeah, but like... I don't know those cards very well. Samzubaba, yep. This is Testalos. But is it Mega or not? It was not Mega, Pog. Cupid. Cupid. But which one? Is this pitch? It's not pitch. Serve. It's not serve. Volley. It's not volley. Okay, 4. Almost the last one we guessed. Almost the same thing, dude. Pachi. Easy. I think that's an insect link monster or something. I have never seen this guy before. Another Cyverse thing. Appliancer, okay. I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy before. I think it's a prophecy guy. I think it's the Fool. Yeah, I think people in the chat are saying Fool already. I think it's Fool of Prophecy. It is. Is this Neo? I thought is it not Neo? It is Neo! God damn it. What was he called? Neo the Magic Swordsman, right? Yeah. Aww. We lost so much time on that. And I zoomed once more, even though I already knew it. I knew this was going to happen. I almost didn't want to zoom, because I have seen this card before. But what is the name? Shadow Tamer? Yeah. We had Jackpot 7 earlier, but this is the one that's 7 completed, right? Yeah. This is something from Shadal Orchist whatever lore. Or it's just a random pendulum card. What the hell? Alright. This is Super Nimble Mega Hamster, and I will recognize that card any day of the week. This is Gen X. 1000% some random Gen X. Yep. But I cannot name those. This is a branded card. Branded Bond? I think this is Scream of the Branded. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna type Penguin. And I think the card is like called Electric Penguin or something. Old Penguin, maybe? Yep. Nope. Okay, some Lightsworn stuff is going on here, but like nothing that I know, nothing that I used to play. Eraser? Twilight Eraser. Oh, nice. Okay. Hog. You see, 680. 680 used to be a very solid score. We used to be happy with that. But I think yesterday changed us, chat. I think yesterday has changed us, because I'm not happy right now about 680. The success from yesterday has changed us, chat. We are not happy with this anymore. Yeah, we are suffering from Card Guesser success now. We want more. We need to shoot higher than this. We need to shoot higher than this. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. We are too competitive around here. We are too competitive around here to be happy with a 680 after we got 900 yesterday. Unfortunately. Well, we have tasted the forbidden fruit. Yeah. Alright. Well, and with that, I can now focus on chat fully again. Welcome, everybody. It was nice seeing you at the YCS. Nice seeing all of you, too. I did enjoy this YCS a lot. Hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. Alright, so, the plan for today... The plan for today is I want to put the YCS behind us and look forward. I want to look at some of the stuff that was released before, you know, while I was gone. I think there might be some new releases, new cards, whatever to look at. I'm jet lagged enough to be here. Yo, what's up, Asala? Hope you had a good flight home. Hope you had good travels and everything. Hope you enjoyed Germany. But somewhere I read that you didn't. On Twitter or anywhere, I think you said you didn't enjoy it. I don't know what happened. Anyways, and then I also wanted to look ahead on what's to come. I haven't seen much of the battles of Legends or whatever it's called. I haven't seen much from that set yet. The Dark World structure is coming up soon. So maybe we're going to try and deck build around with that and see if it's real. Chris7, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. And Mystic YGO, thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you. Thank you. So that is the plan for the day. Basically, I wanna see what's up next, and then I also basically in response to that, I want to talk about what's going to happen with the format moving forward, right? Because Steven 6, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I have now watched an entire YCS in this format. We watched YCS Pasadena together. I have played an entire YCS in this format, and I have some opinions on whether this format is good or not, what should change, if anything should change, and preferably when that should happen as well. So I think that's a good baseline for some discussions later on. Because I watched, I don't know if you've seen it, I watched Lithium's vlog like yesterday, which I was also in. So if you haven't seen that yet, you know, you can go ahead and check out Lithium on YouTube. I mean, honestly, if you're not like following Lithium on YouTube, then what are you doing? And he asked some players the question, should there be an emergency ban list and whatnot? And I think that's an interesting point that we can discuss together later. I'm just thinking in which order we do these things. I think it makes the most sense to look at the upcoming sets first, because, you know, maybe the Dark World deck is so freaking broken, which I honestly don't know yet, Maybe the Dark World deck is so freaking broken that in 2 weeks we are not worried about tier limits anymore, right? And so we don't have to talk about tier limits on the ban list if the Dark World stuff is just so much more broken. And so I think that's what we're gonna do first. But before we hop into that, I want to just make sure that there's nothing super crazy that I may have missed that I need to talk about. Okay, I just messed up my tabs somehow. Okay, now okay. Also, there was a Master Duel ban list. I don't even know if that's worth talking about, but I guess let me see if I can quickly find it. So we can also cover that. Oh yeah, it's here. It's not a big deal, or it's not going to take us long to talk about. But this is it. I think that's all the changes. Pop. That is all the changes, and it's overall, I mean, it's not much, but it's a good list regardless, I think. Like, of course, it only really hits Flunder. It only really hits Flunder. Everything else doesn't really care about this. Like, anti-spell to 2. Let me be clear. Anti-spell should never be semi-limited. Right? Anti-spell should never be semi-limited. The card is either okay or not okay and should either be at 0 or 3. I'm leaning heavily towards 0. But if I have the choice between 2 and 3 anti-spell, I take 2. Okay? So, I'm not complaining about 2 anti-spell ever. If the alternative is them not doing anything and keeping it at 3. Okay? Like, I'd rather have 2 of all the floodgates than 3. So, going from 3 to 2 anti-spell is a step in the right direction, so I'm not complaining about it, right? But, like, you know, still fine. You could talk about YCSJ Osaka. I could, if there's a link that has, like, the top 8 deck lists in, like, a good manner, like, sorted manner, where I can just look at the top 8 lists, I'd be happy to do that, yeah. There's a Road of the King article. All right, and you delivered that in lightning speed. Thank you. Yeah, we can talk about that. Flunder one. Oh my god. Flunder. Okay, yeah, I mean, okay. I said we would talk about it, but I'm not so hyped about talking about it anymore. But I guess, sure, we will talk about it. Anyways, the barrier statue ban is beautiful, I think. I have thought about this a long time now, whether Flunder would be okay without the barrier statue. Right? Is that chat? One in chat if you think Flunder is okay without the statue. 2 if you think it's still too cancer. Now, I'm seeing a lot of 1s. I'm seeing some 2s. I think without barrier statue, the deck might be okay. Featherstorm exists. Featherstorm is a problem, but Featherstorm is a card that you need to draw at least, whereas barrier statue isn't. So it definitely makes it a lot fairer. Featherstorm is still a freaking stupid card that shouldn't be in the game. We don't have to talk about it. Like, that card is completely ridiculous and unreasonable. Right? Reza is still annoying. The deck, I mean, I'm not asking whether the deck is dead without barrier statue, because quite honestly, I don't think Flunder should be completely killed, because I think there are a few things about Flunder that are actually not terrible. Like, the deck is actually something that, without barrier statue, the deck doesn't put up any unbreakable boards or anything. Like, I think the games that you play against Flunder where they don't have barrier statue are actually somewhat enjoyable, right? Because you can, like, try to outmaneuver Empen, you can try to outmaneuver the trap, you can try to outmaneuver the field spell. The problem is all of this is, like, impossible to outmaneuver if you don't have special summons, right? Because, like, Flunder map is like you can only play if your opponent normal summons, you can normal summon, right? And then barrier statue is like your opponent can't special summon. So you have to play into the Flunder Field spell. You don't have an option. There's no outplaying, right? If your deck doesn't play wind monsters, you cannot special summon against the statue, so you have to play into the field spell, right? However, if the statue wasn't there, you could start playing with special summons and try to outmaneuver the Empen and the field spell that way. Like I think there's an argument to be made that Flunder is actually okay without the barrier statue, and we will see that in Master Duel right now. And I think it's interesting. Yo, what's up, Cody? Appreciate it, thank you. Flunder can use the broken counter trap, though. I mean, if the counter trap would be that broken, then why are they not yet playing it, right? Tyjantic, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Wait, no, it wasn't Tyjantic. I just read your comment and then I said your name, but it was Wiva HD with the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you. You are already sub Tyjantic, I'm pretty sure. Any Dark World today? We will talk about Dark World. Give me a second. Yeah, that's why I was confused for a second. That's why I said welcome back, because I was pretty sure you already did, but I mean, I still appreciate your sub, I guess. So Galatea to 2. Remind me, chat, what is Harp Horror at in Master Duel? Is it banned? Harp is at 2, 3, 2. Okay, there's a lot of different numbers right now. This is not something where there should be that many different numbers in chat right now. That is not something that you guys should have an opinion on. That is something you should just like either know and type the number or not know and not type a number. Because like I was seeing a lot of 0, 1s, 2s, and 3s right now. Okay, now it seems like 2 is the number. All right. We just don't play Master Duel and then don't answer the question. Why'd you just put numbers in chat? Like, it's not one of those chat type the number you think it should be at. I was like, what is it at? Okay, so apparently Harp Horror is at 2. And Galatea was at 1, correct? It was at 1, okay. I don't think this makes a difference then. I mean, it's good to unclog the ban list. I'm sure there's some combos in Orcus that want to go Galatea, use the effect, and then link off into another Galatea. I remember doing that sometimes. I don't know why we did that. Why did we go Galatea and then link into another Galatea? I think it was because we wanted to overlay Dingirsu on Galatea to attach from Banished. And then we want to link that away to have the stuff in the graveyard again, right? That's how it worked in 2019. This is a long time ago. It was like you would make Galatea and then you would make Dingirsu, and Dingirsu would attach from Banished. And then you wanted the stuff in the graveyard because you wanted to play on the opponent's turn with Babel. That's why you wanted Dingirsu in the grave and the attachment in the grave. Yeah, I think that's what it was. So I guess in some ways it helps. Right? It helps to be able to link off into a second Galatea, so we'll see if it makes any impact. I don't see it being a huge issue. Or like issue, I mean like a big deal. But it definitely doesn't deserve to be on the ban list, quite frankly, to be honest with you. Like Galatea should not be limited right now. And then Birdman to 2, I don't think matters. Didn't they do this in the TCG as well? I think Birdman is a card that could see play again at some point. Because, I mean, looping monsters from your field back into your hand isn't the worst thing in the world. If you FTK me with Birdman, I respect that, to be fair. I mean, I guess that's the one way to look at it. On the other hand, I mean, Birdman is a card that has like a few ways it could go, right? The one way it could go is it doesn't see play at all, and the other way is it gets abused. I don't know if there's much in between, but sure. When you plan on doing the discussion, I want to look at Dark World first, because I think that's important context for discussing the format moving forward. So we're gonna do, like, after looking at Master Duel Banlist and the Japanese YCS stuff, I wanna just talk about Dark World and look at Dark World for a second, and then after that, I wanna, because yeah, exactly after the Dark World thing, which I don't know how long it's gonna take to look at Dark Worlds again. We already did that, but it's like it's more real now because it's in 2 weeks or something. Jenes, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. But yeah, there's not. I don't know why we can stop talking about this ban list. Barrier statue at 0, very good. Anti-spell at 2, step in the right direction. The other 3 probably don't matter, but we'll see. YCSJ Osaka 2022. Best of 1 match, no side deck, 7 rounds of Swiss, top 64 single elimination, which is quite different. It's quite different from our tournament structure. Best of 1 is like so I don't want to spend too much time on this. I do think there's some interesting things that come with best of 1, right? It's just very different for us. Different doesn't mean that it's 100% verse. Looking at the deck names here, I'm like, okay, Flunderies first, Labyrinth in second, Kashtira Tier in third, Kaiju Luna in fourth, top 8, Wat Kashtira, Kashtira Tier Limits, Kashtira, Tier Limits Kashtira, top 16, Kashtira Runic, Ishizu Kashtira Tier Limit, Kashtira Tier Limit, Ishizu Kashtira Tier Limit, Dinomorphia Kashtira, and Flunderies. I think the Kashtira cards are good in the OCG right now, chat. So, Flunder is here with 1 map and 2 shifters and 2 prosperities. Somehow, the deck still wins. With 41 cards, you have 2 prosperities in 1 map, and you still decided to play 41 cards. You are a madman. There's no way you don't take out, like, a Book of Moon for some consistency. There's no shot in this deck, but okay. Other than that, even though this is OCG and basically a couple months ahead in card pool, it is still exactly the same shit you do in the TCG right now, so there's not much to talk about. I guess 2 Reza 2 statue against the Mill 5s. Okay. Labyrinth, yep, purple. What is this trap card? I know all the trap cards in this, except for this one. What is this trap card, Jot? Weight measuring, weight bridge. Weight measuring. Weight measuring. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is it a good generic trap coming up soon? If your opponent controls at least 2 more monsters than you do, they must send monsters they control to the graveyard, so they control only 1. That's a good card. That's very generic. That's also good for going second. No, that's a good trap. Alright. Not bad. It does not trigger Labyrinth, I think, because the player sends. I'm not sure if it triggers Labyrinth. Probably not. Well, not bad. Boneless evenly? Kind of. Going second worse than evenly. Going first much better than evenly. Also, they are already playing triple evenly, so... can't really argue like that in this context. Kashtira Tier. Yep. Okay. Okay, someone explain this. Someone explain this. Okay, so they are going second, right? They are going blind second because it's best of 1 and they for some reason think that like going second you do some weird shit. What is this? What is this? What does what giraffe even do? This card can attack your opponent directly. If this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent by a direct attack, your opponent cannot activate cards or effect until the end of this turn. Yo, it's just as a thought. it's as a thought. You just attack directly, and then they can't do shit anymore. Does this activate? It activates, right? I think it activates. Because it has a colon. That makes it a lot worse. Because you can like Barone it, for example, in damage step. You can like Barone or Crime or whatever, Solemn Strike. Right, but like against some boards, this is very funny. I guess you play. So what's the other what do? What? Cobra. This card can attack your opponent directly. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent by a direct attack, add a Watt monster from your deck. There's no way. There's no way you play. How do you get this? What does this do? What's the point of going attack, add Watt Giraffe, go main phase 2? You'd have to put down Giraffe at quick speed. Quick speed? No, Juragado, I know Juragado. I think I understand what Juragado is supposed to do as well. During the battle step, you can summon this card from your hand, you gain 1,000 life points. You contribute. Yeah, I think they just want a level 4 extender so they can go Exiton. I think they just go Watt Giraffe, attack directly, Exiton. I think that's what they do. Okay, so it's literally some going second cheese deck. That's all it is. Okay, I see. I mean, honestly, I think it's hella funny that this can work in best of 1. I think the fact that this shit can work in best of 1 is hella funny. This is not a real deck in the TCG, of course, because we always play best of 3, and as soon as your opponent knows what you're doing, like, they're just gonna let you start and your deck does almost nothing. But it's funny. It's the best of 1 goo, yeah. That's funny, okay. And then we have some Kashtira. Pure Kashtira. Pure Elements Kashtira. Okay, nothing too crazy here. Okay, so I am currently in the process of thinking why there is Upstart Goblin in this 42 card deck. I am currently trying to process. Is the... I will say one thing. There is one reason in this deck. There is one reason in this deck that could actually make sense to play Upstart with Desires. And I actually don't think it's that stupid. If you are under the assumption that in best of 1, timeout and life points never matter in this deck, right? If you are under that assumption, I think it is actually reasonable to play the Upstarts over 40 here. Needed 42 cards to not get milled? That was my first thought too, but then I saw the Desires. And I mean, if you play Desires, then that's not an argument, right? The argument is, and I'm like 99% sure that that's their reasoning, is that if you activate Desires and you banish Upstart Goblin, it doesn't matter. Like, you don't care. So it makes your odds of hitting important cards smaller, because instead of activating Desires in a 40 card deck, which has a certain chance of banishing, I don't know, all of your tips or all of your fountains or whatever, you just activate Desires in a 42 card deck, which is better. Stop the copium. This is not copium, literally. I just explained to you how it makes sense statistically in this particular deck. If life points literally don't matter, it's better to play the upstarts over 40 than just play without them. Like, it's literally better. But yeah, I mean, it's still Runics. And then just a lot of Kashtira. Dynamorphia Kashtira is funny. Okay. How does it win? Deck out? It's a deck out deck, yeah. It's a deck out deck. I guess it just tries to... I guess it tries to turbo draw with Fountain and the Mize to find, like, Skill Drain. And then win under Skill Drain by decking out and summoning monsters with big defense or whatever. How does it win with deck out but with Desires? I mean, the runic cards banish so much that it doesn't matter. Well, why play Drowning? I don't know. I don't know exactly. I didn't make this deck. I don't know. I guess if you look at the metagame over there, please remember this is best of one. Remember this is best of one, and like if people aren't prepared for something super fancy like this one, then it can work in best of one. This would never work in best of three. It would never work in best of three. Yeah, they have the Drowning, so they don't lose to Watt Giraffe. Exactly. Rainbow, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Alright. But, I mean, it's the best of one YCS. I don't think there's much point in looking into it in too much detail. It is crazy that they get 3,000 participants, though. Well, I guess it's not that crazy considering we just had a YCS with 2,500 as well. So, like, yeah. Which I guess that's the reason why they go for best of one, because our YCS, what, like, freaking day one of YCS YCS Dortmund ended at after midnight. After midnight. It was rough. But 7 rounds of Swiss into top 64 with 3,000 people is hella bad. Wait, what? Top calc. $3,000 players, 7 rounds, top 64. Wait, this is awful. This is awful. 7-0 makes it guaranteed. 40 players with 6-1 will make top cut. And 123 will miss. All better records should be safe. Bro, this is awful. X1 you don't top? Like, almost, like 75% of the X1s don't top? That's terrible. Who decided? Whose man's was in charge of this decision? What the hell is this? You lose round 1, you drop. Literally. Yeah, imagine you are 6-0 and you get Watt Giraffe. You get Watt Giraffe and you get 65th. You get 65th because you got Watt Giraffe in round 7. Unfortunate turn of events. Well, I hate when that happens. Anyways. Why even play Swiss then? Right? Just play top cut. Just play top 3,000 right away. Just single elimination all the way through. Might as well, dude. You might as well. Anyways. That's that. Where's the new firewall? Wait, there's a lot of Cyberse cards. What? What is the new set called, by the way? Cyac? Cyberstorm Axis. Okay. Most of them are bad. Okay, let's quickly glance over them, and then we move on to Dark World. Firewall Defensor. Level 4 Dark Cyber's effect. You can only use the first and second of this card's name once each per turn. If this card is sent to the graveyard as a link material for a Cyberse monster, you can special summon one Cyberse monster from your deck. You cannot special summon monsters from the deck except you cannot special summon monsters turn you activate except Cyberse. If a Firewall monster you control is destroyed by a battle or card effect, just card effect, you can banish this card from your grave instead. Okay, another Link 1 shenanigan card for Cyberse. Oh, that's very creative, cool. Never seen before. Never have I ever seen a 1-card Cyberse combo before. Finally, they've done it. Finally. I say it's about time we get cool 1-card Cyberse combos. Right? Never happened before. Very glad that this is a thing. Firewall Phantom, level 5 Dark Cyberse. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name once per turn each. If this card is sent to the graveyard for a Cyberse monster, you can add one Cynet spell trap from your deck to your hand, then discard a card. You can banish this card from your grave. During the end phase of this turn, shuffle a Cyberse. Let me guess, we go normal summon Defensor, link off, special summon Firewall Phantom, link 2. Then we add some random spell trap, then we extend. Oh yes, this is so unique. I've never seen this before. My god, I wonder how this deck's gonna play. My lord. I wonder if it's gonna have room for some hand traps or other non-engine. I wonder if we just play like 21 card starters and 20 like non-engine in this deck. That'd be so cool. You can ritual summon this card with Cynet Ritual. You can only use the first and second of this card's name each once per turn. During your main phase, you can fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing fusion monsters mentioned on it from your field and or grave, including a Cyberse monster. This card is sent to the grave as a synchro material. You can target a Cyberse monster or ritual spell in your grave, add it to your hand. Okay, I don't know the combos with this, so I mean, it's not a terrible card, but I don't know if it's worth it. Cyberse Dizap Worm, level 6. One Cyberse ritual, fusion, synchro, XYZ, or link, plus a Cyberse. So I guess we can make that with this. Yep. During the main phase, you can special summon a Cyberse from your hand, and you can make this card's level become that monster's. When your opponent activates a spell trap or effect, and you control a link for a higher Cyberse, you can banish this card from your grave, negate the activation. Okay, so this is what is it? Danmari at home. The Adignister level 6 is Danmari, right? It's just Danmari at home. It is a super poly target. At home. Okay, that was not intentional, but that is funny. Danmari at home is funny. One Cyberse Ritual Fusion Synchro XYZ or Link plus a Cyberse monster. It's a super poly target, but it's not better than Garura in that regard. Right? Because it needs 2 Cyberses anyway, so you can already make Garura pretty much. Unless they have different attributes. But I mean, I'm all for it, dude. I think Super Poly needs all the help it can get. That card definitely isn't strong enough already. I dig it. I definitely like this. We definitely need better Super Poly targets. I've been advising for a long time to give us a card that just says 1+ monsters, so that you can Super Poly as flexible as you want. Like that card is just like very underplayed right now, and yeah. We definitely need something like that. Is this a joke? No, I'm 100% serious. Firewall Dragon Singularity. Link 6 Dark Cyberse Effect Monster. I've seen some memes with this that you can now, instead of U-Link, you can V-Link. Is that legal? Can you do that? Yeah? Okay. Links. Top, left, top, right, left, right, bottom. Just say where it doesn't point at this point. 3+ effect monsters. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can target cards your opponent controls and or in their graveyard up to the number of different types of monsters, Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, XYZ, you control and in your grave. Return them to the hand, and if you do, this card gains 500 attack for each card returned. If a monster this card points to is destroyed by battle or sent to the grave, you can target a Cyberse monster in your grave, special summon it. Okay, so it doesn't count link monsters if the translation is correct. So it's at maximum it's 4 bounces. At maximum it's 4 bounces, which is good, but for a link 6, I'm not sure. I guess it could be the boss monster for some cyber strategies, which is once again extremely cool. You know, just like a Cyberse 1 card. I hope there's a Cyberse 1 card combo that can just make this at the end of the combo and just sit on it. That'd be very cool. Yeah. I mean, yeah. For some reason, Cyberse literally at this point, Cyberse is literally my least favorite archetype, or like type in general. I don't know if I'm the only one, but Cyberse, ever since they made it, feels like literally the same shit over and over and over again. It feels like everyone at Konami is just like taking homework from each other and is like, you know, one card comp. When's the last time that a Cyberse archetype wasn't a 1-card combo archetype or terrible? Those are the two things. The only cool Cyberse deck that I remember is Salad. Salamangreat is literally the only Cyberse archetype that I remember being cool. Everything else, same shit. Right? Marine says Adignister, Code Talker, Mathmech, they all literally just like start with 1 card, spam bodies onto the field, sometimes 2-card combos, spam bodies onto the field, link into link into link into big link into bigger link into link monster, maybe search a trap card, do something else, and play for 15 minutes off of 1 card and then pass, and then see if you can beat that board. That's the only thing. Like, I don't remember a Cyberse deck that was different from that wasn't awful. So yeah, I'm just not a fan of Cyberse. Protect Code Talker. Yeah, we need more of those. Top, left, right, 2+. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Your opponent cannot target link 4 or higher link monsters you control with card effects. Also cannot be destroyed by battle. If you control a Firewall Link monster, quick effect, you can banish any number of Link monsters from your grave, whose total Link rating equals 3. Special summon this card from your grave. Okay, that's just more Link climbing in a Cyberse deck. That is insanely cool. Signet Rollback. Quick play, you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target one of your banished Cyberse monsters, special summon it. During your main phase, if you have 2000 LP or less, you can banish this card from your grave. Target 2 of your banished Cyberse, add them to your hand. Right. And then Signet Circuit. You can only use the first and second. Target the Firewall once you can overspell something in your once your grave. 2000 LP, you can banish this card from your grave. Return a Firewall Link from your grave to your extra deck, then you can special summon it from the extra deck. Okay, I mean, yes. Yeah, I'm honestly not very excited about any of this. Like, they're not bad cards, don't get me wrong. I don't think they're going to be bad. They might even be good, but like, I've been saying the same thing about ever since like Mathmech, Marine Cess, Adignister. I've been saying like I just don't enjoy the Cyberse design because literally every deck feels the same. It just feels like they were like, oh, we're gonna make Adignister, and then Adignister just kind of failed because no one really played it. Like some people did for a short time, but like the deck was never really good, right? And then they made Marincess, which was like, okay, a little bit better Adignister, I guess. And then also Marincess kind of flopped, right? And then like they were, okay, well, we're gonna make it a little bit stronger now with Mathmech. We're just gonna give him that super powerful 1-card starter. And then like Mathmech was okay, but like for a month, and now it has flopped again because like just not good anymore. So now they're like, oh, what if we make Firewall a thing, and it looks like it does the exact same shit, just with different artworks? I don't know. I'm not a fan of the design here, but they're not awful. Anyways, that's that. G Golem time. Don't know about that. I want to know whether the Dark World stuff coming out in a structure deck, which remind me real quick when that releases. In 2 weeks, right? In 2 weeks we get the Dark World structure, right? First week of December, yes. Okay, very early December, so about 2 weeks. Yeah, maybe 2.5. So the new cards here are this guy. Wait, this guy. This guy is also. Tell me if any of those cards are not in the structure deck, but I think they all are. And is there any card? Is there any card that is not named Dark World? Is there a card that's not named Dark World? Oops. That we need to look at also. In the structure deck. A new card in the structure deck. That's what I want to talk about. Does Dark World even do anything in the OCG? It does not. It does not, but I do think there is a decent chance that it still will here, because the meta is different. Like Runix didn't do anything in the OCG, and I mean Runix were insane for YCS Utrecht, and they will be good moving forward at some point again as well. The metagame is different. The game is fundamentally different because of the absence of Maxi. And let me tell you, the Dark World deck does not have a way to deal with Maxi at all. The fact that we don't have Maxi alone, I think, makes this deck viable. Like a deck like Tearlament, right, has a plan when they get Maxi'd in the OCG. Like if you get Maxi'd in Tearlament on the first fusion effect, you just make a Kid Kalos, add a trap card like a Sulliak, and pass, and you can literally play on your opponent's turn. You can pass against Maxi and it's fine with Tearlaments. Dark World doesn't have that. Dark World doesn't have a plan B, a stop, like anything like that. I don't think Dark World will be played like that. Aren't Ishizu Shufflers a problem for Dark World? I mean, we can talk about. Oh, I missed Genta, the best one, I think. Yeah. So I just quickly, what I want to do is I want to quickly recap these cards. I want to also put them in the context of other cards that we already have and what this deck could do for us. And then we'll maybe take it for a spin. Maybe I'll try to make a deck list and run like a match into Ishizu tier and see how it goes. But I remember most of these cards. I just quickly want to recap so I don't forget about anything. And I also want to... I already have 2 concepts for this in mind, 2 potential win conditions, which we'll also talk about once we get into this. So to quickly recap, there are 8 new Dark World cards, and most of them are quite strong. We're going to talk about, I guess, the Fusion last and the other ones first. So I think the best one is Genta. So let's start with Genta. I think Genta is insane. But we'll talk about why. You can discard this card to the graveyard. Add 1, the Gates of Dark World from your deck to your hand. If this card is banished and you control a Dark World card, you can special summon this card. You can only special summon Genta, Gatekeeper of Dark World, once per turn. Now, for context, the card in question here is the Gates of Dark World, which is the Dark World field spell from freaking 2009 or 10, I want to say. 11. Okay, 11. I was gonna guess 2010, but oh sure, whatever. All fiend monsters gain 300 attack and defense. Broken. Once per turn, you can banish a fiend type monster from your graveyard, discard a fiend type monster, then draw 1 card. Now this card used to be good in Dark World simply because it's like it enables you, all of your Dark Worlds are about discarding and getting their effects, right? So this card was a very good way to discard your cards and also keep drawing, right? It's a simple draw engine that lets you trigger any Dark Worlds in your hand, which is very strong. Now, one problem with this card, one problem with this card that was always a big deal for Dark World was that you needed a fiend in the graveyard to use it, right? You needed, if you had this card in your hand, you needed some other way to get going to use this card to further extend, basically. Like, that's why, I think that's the simple reason why Dark World always used to be somewhat inconsistent, because all of their cards were basically combo pieces that also needed some kind of setup, right? Like, there weren't many cards that were literally like, yeah, you can discard a card and do something good, right? People played cards like freaking what's the Archfiend called that just discards a card? I think it's Trans Archfiend or something. Yeah, Trans Archfiend is just like, you can discard a fiend type monster and you gain 500 attack. Like, literally people played this card in Dark World back in the day because it just lets you discard. Or Fabled Raven, I think. Fabled Raven is a card that people played, I think. Yeah, just because it lets you discard. Just because it's a fiend monster that lets you discard. People played this shit to get going, right? Now, why Genta is so insane is for multiple reasons. First of all, it adds the Gates of Dark World from your deck to your hand, which is a very good card. And it does so by discarding itself. So it solves that problem because it puts the fiend monster in the grave immediately. Immediately when you start Genta, you have a fiend monster in the graveyard. Can you turn down the music a bit? I can. Is that better? Genta puts a fiend monster in the graveyard right off the bat. But that's not all. That's literally not all. When you banish this card, it just comes back. And how do you banish this card? Well, with the card that it searches. Like, it's literally insane. This card is... I am in utter confusion of how this card was designed. Like, genuinely, this thing is broken as hell. I don't know what ratios you play. There's another thing about this card. The discard effect of this card is not once per turn. If you add this card back from Grapha, or the other new one, if you add this card back to your hand, you can discard it again for another Gate of Dark World, which is also not once per turn. And it will also not be dead because you have this in the graveyard over and over and over. It's absolutely, it's ridiculous. This card's ridiculous. I don't know how many Gates of Dark World you play. Maybe you play 2. You definitely don't play 1. You might think, oh, I have a searcher for the card, so I'm only playing 1 Genta. There's no way you only play 1 Gates. You definitely play 2, because you can always recycle Genta to add a second one. My guess is you probably play 3, because in case you draw 1, you still want to be able to search the other 2. But maybe it could be a 2-of, but like, this card is insane. It's not like, as long as your hand can play, you can definitely use it, so you probably play 3. Surely 2 Gent. There is no world. There is not a single universe in the entirety of universes where anyone thinks you only play 2 Genta. I'm telling you right now, there is no way you play 2 Genta. I'm playing 20 Genta if I can. This card is, in the context of its archetype, this card is one of the best cards ever printed. This card is better than Mathmech is for, than Circular is for Mathmech. Like, this card for Dark World is literally better than Circular is for Mathmech, and I will die on that hill. This card is ridiculous. This card is ridiculous. Which ultis do I need to buy? Dude, the Dark World ultis are already freaking expensive. Like, there's no shot. Like, I just wait for the structure deck to reprint the Dark Worlds, because like I think the high rare ones are already gone. They're already out there. But this is only the first new support card in the structure deck. But I will say I think this is by far the best one. It is by far the best one because of all the things that I just said, and it's also a level 4. It's also a level 4, which has, obviously, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Endless possibilities, but one of the best ones for Dark Worlds is Dugares. Dugares is insane. Draw 2, discard 1, trigger a Dark World. Dugares is crazy. This card will absolutely see play. And we're just gonna... I mean, yeah, no, Dugares is also crazy. Just that out there. We're gonna start collecting some of the ideas that you could pair this up with, because I will say... I think Dark World is in an interesting situation that is actually kind of similar to the Tearlament situation, where you could pair Dark World with a lot of different cards, because Dark Worlds are still, to this day, very, very generic, right? Because all they do is, like, they are Dark Fiend monsters that rely on discarding, and they don't have any really restrictions, right? So, like, you can pair these with Dangers, you can pair these with Allure, you can pair these with so many other things, like Trade-In is a good card in Dark World. There's so much stuff you can do with Dark Worlds. Even the new card from Darkwing Blast, the level 4 Dark World Extender, not Dark World Extender, but the level 4 Fiend Extender that might see play. There's a lot of things you can do. Similar to Tearlaments, right? Tearlaments was like a good pairing with Luna Light. Tearlament had pairings with Danger. Tearlaments had pure versions with like hand traps. Now it has the Ishizu cards. There's a lot of stuff you can do with Dark Worlds, and the first step is gonna be figuring out which ones you want to play and which ones you don't want to play, right? Because maybe you want Dangers, maybe you don't. Maybe you want other stuff, maybe you don't. We'll have to see about it. But let's keep looking at the cards for now. Rainbow, Supreme Overlord of Dark World, is also incredibly strong. Now, I don't even remember all the freaking effects of this card, but you can special summon this card from your grave by returning one level 7 or lower Dark World monster you control to the hand. Now, this effect is very similar to Grapha. Grapha is very infamous for this effect, right? Of being like, I can return any Dark World from my field to my hand to summon Grapha from the graveyard, which doesn't activate, by the way, so this cannot be Abyss Dweller, which is a big deal. And the only difference between these two cards is that the Rainbow can only return level 7 or lower, which means that Rainbow cannot return Grapha, but Grapha can return Rainbow. However, if this card is discarded to the graveyard by a card effect, you can add a level 5 or higher Dark World monster from your deck to your hand, except Rainbow, Supreme Overlord of Dark World. Then, if this card was discarded from by an opponent's effect, blah blah blah. Now, this card is better than Grapha. This card is literally better than Grapha, which is insane because Grapha is a hell of a broken card. Like, I don't understand how they managed to make a card that's better than Grapha while also being so synergistic with Grapha, right? the fact that you can go, if you have Genta, very simple. You have Genta plus Rainbow. Okay, just to start showing what these cards could do. You can go Genta, search Gates, activate Gates, discard, banish Genta, discard Rainbow. Then Genta will be returned to the field. Rainbow will add a Grapha if you want to. And you have Gates on the board, Genta on the field, Rainbow in the grave, Grapha in hand. Then you can bounce your Genta for Rainbow. Discard Genta again, add another Gates, activate Gates, banish the Genta from the grave again, discard the Grapha, draw a card, bounce your Rainbow for the Grapha. I didn't keep track right now, but this 2-card combo of Genta plus Rainbow ends on a Gates on the board, a Gates on the board, Grapha on the field. 2 cards drawn, the Rainbow back in your hand. So this is 5 cards. It's 5 cards right off the bat of 2 cards, including 2 cards drawn from your deck. So those cards could be anything. We haven't normal summoned. It's literally, and if you go second, you destroy a card with Grapha as well. Off of Genta plus Rainbow, just to put this into context. And like, honestly, even though the deck didn't do anything in the OCG, I feel like just the basis of these 2 cards, there is a real possibility that this stuff is playable in the TCG. When I saw these cards for the first time, I think they are playable. And I think there has to be some way of playing this deck. What does Darkworld do versus Dweller? Well, maybe it loses, but we'll have to find out. Like, Tearlaments loses to Dweller. That's not an argument not to play Tearlaments. Anyways. Pearl, Hermit of Darkworld. If this card is discarded to the graveyard by card effect, you can target 1 Darkworld monster in your grave except Pearl, Hermit of Darkworld. Special summon it to either field. Then if this card was discarded from your hand by an opponent's effect, you can special summon one of your field monsters banished in your hand or in your grave to either field. This card is not bad, but it's also not that great. It's like, in the context of what this deck is trying to do, I don't think this card is that good. It's a little niche. It is searchable, but it's okay. It can be okay depending on which version you try and go for. Like, if you go for a Cerulli approach, which we'll talk about in a second, then this card could be something. But in the shell, like, I don't consider this card being a staple at all. Now we have Darkworld Library. During your main phase, you can discard 1 Darkworld monster, and if you do, all Darkworld monsters you currently control gain attack equal to the discarded monster level times 100 until the end of this turn. If your monster, whose original type is Fiend, is discarded of a Darkworld card or an opponent's card, you can discard a card, then draw 2 cards. You can only use each effect of Darkworld Library once per turn. Now, finally, they have made a card once per turn, because this card would have been insane. So this card does 2 things, right? This card lets you discard a Darkworld monster and boost some of your Darkworlds. And then if a Fiend monster is discarded by a Darkworld card, you can discard another card and then draw 2. This card triggers itself. This card triggers itself. If you use the first effect of this card to discard 1, you can trigger it again to discard another one and draw 2 cards. So, it's basically discard 2 and draw 2. Of course, you need 2 good Darkworlds to discard in your hand to start playing with this. But it still is broken as hell. Being able to draw 2, discard 2 and draw 2 is broken. There is one very specific downside to this card, which is actually a big bummer. Or like, maybe, depending on how you look at it. maybe it's a good thing, but the way that this card works is because the first effect boosts Dark World monsters you control. You need to have a Dark World. You need to have a Dark World monster on the field to activate and resolve this first effect. Right? You do not have if you do not have a Dark World monster, you cannot activate the discard effect of this card. We'll see how much of a problem this will be, but it is worth noting that this card alone is not a starter card, right? It's not a starter card because you might not have a Dark World on the board to activate and resolve this card. Like, if you want to start your plays with this card, you would have to normal summon a Dark World, activate this, and then activate the effect. Because of that, I don't know if this card will be a 3-of. It's not a starter on its own. It's once per turn, and Dark World has a lot of draw and search power, so I honestly don't see this being a 3-of. I could see it being a 1-of. I could see it being a 2-of. I don't know if this will ever be a 3-of, because like way too often you're just going to draw into another copy. That's always the thing with Dark World. Like normally, you know, when we talk about ratios, I tell people like only because you don't want to draw 2, that doesn't mean you should only play 1 or 2. Normally, you want to play you still want to play 3 copies. There are some exceptions to this though. Like Dark World is a deck that has historically always drawn a lot of cards. Like Dark World was a deck that used to play like Trade-in, Allure, all that type of good stuff. Gates of Dark World, a lot of deck thinning basically, and that's why Dark World, the way I see this deck, it could definitely be something that you don't want to run once per turn 3-ofs, because you definitely have a high chance of seeing multiples. Like there's a big difference in statistics between drawing 2 of a 3-of in like a 5-card opener when your deck doesn't draw any cards, or like when your deck consistently goes through like the first 15 cards of the deck. Of course, the chances are way different to draw a card multiple times if you play if your deck plays like that. So I think Dark World Library, I don't see this card being a 0-off. I don't think you would ever not play this card because it's very strong. Cause like, yeah. Cause you can also trigger it on the opponent's turn. You know, if you can also trigger it on the opponent's turn. And it's worth noting that you do not have to trigger the first effect for this card to be good, right? If you can just activate it, and discard a Fiend monster by any other type of effect, this card is literally just like discard 1, draw 2. That's what it does. If you don't have to trigger it yourself with the first effect. If you just trigger the second effect of this card on your first turn or on their turn, doesn't matter. Just draw 2. And just discard 1, draw 2. Pog. Very strong card. So I don't see this card not seeing play ever. I'm not sure if it's a multiple inclusion though. It's worth noting that this card can discard any card, which not all of the Dark World cards do that. Like Gates, for example, has to discard a Fiend monster. This card can discard anything. So even stuff like the ritual spell, the fusion spell, which has a graveyard effect, stuff like that, you can discard with this card as well, or other cards, right? That's only for the second part though, right? Only for the second part of the effect, not for the first. Then we have Dark World Puppet, which if I remember, this one was very mediocre, but I mean, not all of them can be freaking bangers. Target up to 3 cards in any graveyards, banish them, then discard 1 Fiend monster. During your main phase, except the turn this card was sent to the graveyard, you can banish this card from your grave, target one of your banished Fiend monsters, add it to your hand. You can only activate 1 Dark World Puppet per turn. I will say, in a vacuum, this card is not that good. Considering the current metagame, against Tearlaments, that's a good effect. Banishing 3 against Tear, that could be something. That could be something. I don't see this card being like an insane card overall. But the fact that you can, like, get rid of, for example, going second, the fact that you can, for example, get rid of Mudora and Keldo, you can get rid of Mudora and Keldo before starting your plays. Not the worst thing, right? It is searchable. It is searchable. So yeah, it's not impossible that these cards use play, I think. And it gives you some bonus later, right? If you ever do go into a grind game, you know, banish this card from the grave, target a banished fiend, add it back to the hand, which that's good, right? Because you can banish any fiend you want with gates, so it basically is a good card in the grind game. It's not an awful card, of course. After you've read Genta and frickin' Rainbow, the card seems a little, you know, seems a little weak, but it still is incredibly strong. Well, no, it's not incredibly strong, but it still has some stuff going for it. Also, that is Raikou on it. Raikou is on a couple of Dark World cards, like Dark Smog and this one. I don't know exactly what the connection is between Dark World and Lightsworn. I guess they were kind of like this clashing thing, because like Lightsworn and Dark World, don't ask me on lore, but I think that's what it is. We have a counter trap, Dark World Punishment. When a monster would be normal or special summoned while you have a fiend monster in your hand, negate the summon, and if you do, destroy that monster, then discard a fiend monster. If a Dark World monster you control would be destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, you can banish this card from your grave instead. You can only use each effect once per turn. It's not awful, but it's also not great. It's a searchable interruption. I don't think the deck will need it. I could see this being a card for going first. My problem with this card is that it doesn't help with some of the most specific going second cards. Like, this card only stops summons, so it doesn't stop evenly. If they have like Lava Golem or Sphere Mode, they just tribute your fiend monsters. It doesn't stop Lightning Storm, it doesn't stop Dark Ruler, it doesn't stop any of that. I don't think this card will ever see main deck play. I could see this card being a one-of in the side deck for going first. Maybe in a metagame where there's a certain deck that can't play around it. Like, for example, against Sprite, this card would be quite good, right? Because you can either stop their normal summon or you can stop the first Gigantic. Like, it's not bad for sure. Yeah, I don't know. You can stop Lava Golem with... I mean, why would you stop Lava Golem? Your monsters are still gone. It's good against Flunder. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's good against Flunder because, like, the thing they summon also goes to the graveyard because it never hits the field. So that's something. But Flunder is also full of, like, evenly and shit. So at the same time, it feels kind of bad, right? But... no, it's a side deck card, though. I don't see this card ever being main. And then the last pairing of new cards, we have a Fusion Monster and a Fusion Spell. So I guess let's just read over the Fusion Spell first. The Fusion Spell is a quick play spell, which that's always interesting. Especially, we'll talk about why that's very interesting. During the main phase, Fusion summon a Fiend Fusion Monster from your extra deck by banishing Fusion materials mentioned on it from your field or grave. If summoning a Dark World Fusion monster this way, you can also discard monsters from your hand as material. That's very unique. I actually like the design on this card very, very much. This is a very broken fusion spell, and it doesn't even end here. Let me finish the effect before we talk about why this is so good. During your main phase, if this card is in your graveyard, you can add it to your hand, then discard a Dark World monster. You can only use each effect once per turn. So the first part is good in a lot of ways. First of all, summoning a fusion monster by banishing from field or grave is very good because, of course, basically if you have both the materials in the graveyard, you don't invest anything, right? It's literally free if you have the materials in the graveyard. It's like a quick play Miracle Fusion for any Fiend Fusion monster, which is already quite strong, right? Not having to invest the materials from your hand or field is nice. Very, very efficient way of fusion summoning, right? And very good. And now the second part is like if you summon a Dark World Fusion, which is only the new one, lets you also discard the monsters from your hand instead, right? I think you can mix this. Like, you can discard one from your hand and banish one from the grave. I'm pretty sure the way I'm reading this, you can mix it up. You don't have to do only hand, which would make it a lot worse. But I think you can mix. And that means, because this discards Dark Worlds by card effect, right? Because that's the biggest thing about Dark Worlds, I think, that people keep messing up, is like they have to be discarded by card effects. They cannot be discarded for cost. Like, if you go, I don't know, Hugin discard a Dark World, the Dark World will not trigger. Only if they are discarded by card effect. So this will let you trigger Dark Worlds, both going first and second. This will let you trigger your Dark World monsters to get their effects, right? Going first, this card can literally be a starter card. Like, literally, if you have Grapha, because this needs Grapha and any Dark. If you have Grapha and whatever other Dark monster, you can just go slap the fusion, summon the fusion, trigger your stuff in the grave, have Grapha in the grave. It's great. Very good. And then as well, during your main phase, if this card is in your graveyard, you can add it to your hand, then discard a Dark World monster. Which is also insane for so many reasons. It gives you follow-up. Because you can add back the fusion spell, and the fusion spell can take the materials from the graveyard. So, like, it doesn't matter. Just adding back the fusion will probably get you access to the fusion monster another time for just one card. And it also triggers Dark Worlds in your hand. And then on top of all that, you can use both of these effects. You can use both of these effects once per turn. So if you fuse on your turn, if you go first and you combo and you use this card to fusion summon your fusion monster, in the same vein, you can simply add this card back to your hand and then set it as an interruption on the opponent's turn. So this card is very strong. The secondary effect also makes, I guess it's worth noting that you could play Foolish Burial Goods as a way to go, like, if the deck ends up needing cards that just discard stuff from your hand just to start playing, right? Like, let's say I have Snow and something else and I need something to discard it. Goods could do it, right? You could Goods for this card, which at that point you have 4 cards left in hand, so it's a -1 to activate Goods, but then you activate a Session, discard Snow, add a Session back to your hand, still have 4. Snow triggers, brings you back up to 5. So it's net negative, but it gives you any search in the deck, and it puts a Fiend monster in your grave for your gates, and it gives you the fusion spell. So I could see Goods being a card you play. I don't know if it makes the cut as like one of the best 40 cards in the deck, but you can play this. I don't know if you want to. It's definitely one of those cards I would never play. Wait, not net negative. It's net neutral. Yeah, my bad. You definitely don't play 3 Goods, but I could see 1 or 2. The main thing that I like about this deck is how well it plays around Bystials. I guess Bystials do hurt the deck a little bit, right? Because, like, Rainbow and Grapha don't enjoy getting banished. But there's nothing that they just, like, literally just stop, right? Like, if you go, nothing is discarded as cost, of course. So Bystials aren't, like, the biggest thing about this deck. But, like, they do stop Rainbow and Grapha, which can be annoying. Because there's no way for you to get Rainbow and Grapha off the field before you have monsters, right? No, off the graveyard, I mean. Like, because you can only bring these back if you have a monster on the field, which means they can't Bystial them. But they have to Bystial them immediately since they don't activate, but yeah. But yeah, so that's the... And then the fusion monster, I guess. Let me talk about the fusion monster real quick. The fusion monster needs Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World, +1 Dark Monster. So even though I said Rainbow is a better version of Grapha, which I'll get to why I think it's better, you still have to play Grapha. But that's not a bad thing, dude. Like, Grapha is insane. When your opponent activates a normal spell, trap card, or monster effect, quick effect, you can make that effect become your opponent discards 1 card. You can only use this effect of Grapha, Dragon Overlord of Dark World, once per turn. If this fusion summon card in its owner's control leaves the field by an opponent's card, you can special summon one of your Grapha, Dragon of Dark World that is banished or in your grave. Then each player with a hand discards a card. This card, on its own, I believe makes it so that this deck doesn't really need... I think this card doesn't really need any freaking other end board / boss monsters or whatever. With this card alone, you can literally achieve a win condition with just Dark World cards. You don't really have to do anything other than that. Like, you don't have to lock your opponent out from playing or whatever. This card is insane, and I'll tell you why. Now, you're not negating an effect, you're changing the effect to your opponent discards a card, which in the context of Dark World is literally better than just a negate. It's literally better than a hard negate. It's completely insane. This doesn't affect the monster? That's an interesting question. Does anyone know if this affects the monster? I don't think it would. Right off the bat, I would be like, if your opponent has a monster that's unaffected by monster effects and they activate the effect, it doesn't. Okay, I don't think it affects the monster. Yeah, but like, no, the crazy thing about this is that you change your opponent's card to discarding your card, right? Which is not a bad thing for Dark World, because literally this has been something that people have been playing around with for a while, but normally it never really mattered. But Dark World cards are completely busted if they are discarded by your opponent. Dark World cards are completely busted if discarded by the opponent. The Brow, for example. You all know Brow is like, when it's discarded, draw one card. When it's discarded by the opponent, you draw two. Silva, which we're going to talk about Silva. We will talk about Silva. If Silva is discarded, he summons itself. We all know that. He's done that forever. What we haven't done very often, what you haven't been able to pull off very often, is if this card is discarded from your hand to the grave by an opponent's card effect, your opponent returns exactly 2 cards from their hand to the bottom of the deck in any order. If I summon this fusion monster, and I search the Silva from my deck to my hand, and my opponent activates anything, if my opponent activates anything, and I chain the fusion, discard my Silva, they have to put 2 cards back into their deck. They can choose kinda mid. They can choose kinda mid. They can choose kinda mid. Okay, Neps. You can try and play a couple of games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you draw a hand and you have to return 2 cards from your hand into the deck, and the first card you activate also gets negated. Try and see how many games you win. With a 3-card hand after, with a 4-card hand after the first one gets negated. Spoiler, it's not many. It's not going to be many. 4-card hand? No, 1 card gets negated. I guess, yeah, 4-card and then one of those gets negated. Yeah. The thing about all of this is, Silva is also not once per turn. And there is multiple ways on how you can trigger this over and over again, but we'll talk about that in a second. The second effect of this card just makes it harder to remove, right? Because it's just like, if this card leaves the field, you can bring back a Grapha, which is nice, and then you also trigger discard effects, which this card, in the mirror match, very dangerous. If it ever comes that far that we have to play mirror matches, that's very dangerous in the mirror. Team only duels, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Welcome back to month number 3. And Damien, forget the lyrics. Also, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. It's just the bonus, honestly. The biggest deal about this card is the first part of the effect, but that is already more than enough. Now, let's put this into the context of other cards that already exist. Because, of course, this is support. This is not a new archetype. What do we already have that's playable? What do we already have that's potentially good or could be played? And what do we have that just straight up isn't very strong? Now, I've already added gates to the deck. We're also adding Grapha. I'm just going to put 3 of everything for now. And then we see how we want to do this later. Oops. I, for example, don't think Grapha will be a 3 of unless we play Trade-In, which we could. Brow, of course, I think is going to be played. If this card is discarded, draw 1 card, very strong. Like, you can basically just filter through your deck very efficiently with Brow. Another one that's definitely going to see play is Snow. Snow could be considered the best Dark World before Genta was released, simply because Snow is literally, if this card is discarded, you can search any Dark World card. Vunek, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate you. Enjoy your sub, Yugioh. Thank you. So Snow adds any Dark World from Snow is also. I wanna bring Snow forward as one of the freaking most weirdly worded cards of all time. Oh yeah, we have remix time. Give me a second. I want to finish talking about Snow, then I'll give you the remix. If this card, this is so weird. If this card is discarded to the graveyard by a card effect, if it was discarded from your hand to your graveyard by an opponent's card effect, you can target 1 monster in your opponent's grave, add 1 Dark World card from your deck to your hand, then special summon that target, if any, in face-up defense position. This is such a dude, what? I think it was so weird. So the way it works, basically, and I'm 100% sure you could have worded it more like easier to understand. So if Snow is discarded by a card effect, you can add a Dark World from your deck to your hand. If it was discarded by an opponent's card effect, you can also target a monster in your opponent's graveyard and special summon it to your field in face-up defense position. That's what it does. The wording is just weird, but yeah. Anyways, it is remix time. It is once again remix time, so let me close the other music and get some PPDs ready to go. There we go. We have Link climbed again, Pog you. Alright. Thank you for the bits, Velocity. I appreciate you. Thank you. Alright. We have perfect information now on the Dark World structure deck. I will say that much. Really, Herc, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Alright. Now, these are I think the broken quote-unquote Dark Worlds. The broken Dark Worlds, I think, are what you see here. Which, I guess we haven't talked about Grapha as much yet, but Grapha is just like, the secondary effect of Grapha isn't very good. It's just like, you can, I guess, actually, if Grapha is discarded by your opponent, it's actually quite strong. Like, if you manage to discard Grapha by your opponent with the Overlord, actually pretty good Grapha. Because you can target a card your opponent controls, destroy it, and then you look at a card in your opponent's hand. If it's a monster, you just summon it to your field. So you can basically hand loop with Grapha as well. We will talk about support cards. I see a lot of you already mentioning like Allura and stuff like that. We will talk about that too. There's a couple other Dark World cards that we have to talk about. Dark World Dealings is a card that you used to play. You used to play Dark World Dealings in Dark World all the time. I'm gonna start saying right now, I don't think this card will see play. And I think it's fairly obvious why. I don't think you can play this card. I don't think you can play this card simply because this card's a card for your opponent. It makes your opponent's hand better at the very minimum. Even if they are playing a deck without a graveyard, it makes your opponent like draw into hand traps, get rid of bricks, get something into the graveyard that they want into the graveyard. It doesn't matter. Like, it makes your opponent's hand better. It's a neg-1 unless you discard a Dark World, which, for you at least, normally, like in Dark World, it never used to be a neg-1 because you just drew a card and then you discarded like a Brow or Snow or whatever. It was a good enabler to get stuff into the graveyard for gates. I don't think it's going to be necessary anymore, especially because of how bad it is against the mirror and also against tier limits. I don't think you can play this in this metagame. I don't think you will. A card that is worth mentioning, even though it looks very, very underwhelming, is Beige. Because all Beige does is, if this card is discarded to the graveyard by a card effect, special summon it from the graveyard. Card isn't awesome or great, but like I could still see this being played because of how good Dugares is, and the deck might want some level 4 synergy. Also, it just makes it so you always have something to bounce for Grapha or Rainbow. Like, you can basically very much you can like loop this card in a way where you summon it from a discard effect, then you bounce it for Rainbow or Grapha, then you discard it again, link off the Grapha or the Rainbow, and then you bounce it again, and so on and so forth, right? You know, I think this card has potential to be a one of. Gold and Silva. Gold, Silva, and I guess Ceruli go into a category where Gold and Silva are both pretty much the same design. They were part of the very first wave of Dark Worlds, which are both, if they are discarded, they summon themselves as level 5s with 2300. They both do the same thing. But then they are different if they are discarded by the opponent, which we've already talked about. Silva returns 2 cards from the opponent's hand to the deck. The opponent chooses. Gold is like, if this card is discarded by the opponent, you can target up to 2 cards your opponent controls and destroy the targets. If the summon is successful. For both of these? Yeah, they are both, the PSCT on both of them, they have to summon themselves in order to get their secondary effect. Gold, I mean, you could use Gold and trigger it on the opponent's turn to pop 2 cards. Like, you can negate a card with Grapha and then pop 2 with Gold. It's also strong. I think hand looping just tends to be a little stronger, but they are both possibilities. Ceruli is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Ceruli was the first time that they actually gave us a way to force the opponent to discard cards from our hand. Maybe I'm misremembering a different card, but I think Ceruli was the first time you could go like for combos that would force your opponent to negate to do stuff. Wasn't there Dark Deal? Dark Deal. Like that was a non-archetype one though, right? There is a trap card, I think, but I mean that's not viable, right? We don't have to talk about that. We don't have to talk about the trap card at all. But yeah, the way Ceruli works is basically, if this card is discarded to the graveyard by a card effect, special summon this card from the graveyard to your opponent's side of the field in face-up defense position. When this card is special summoned by the effect of a Dark World card, your opponent must discard 1 card. So this is interesting, because if you discard this card, it summons itself to your opponent's field, and then because it's your opponent's card, the effect of your opponent must discard a card will apply to you, right? So you, as the Dark World player, will be forced by an opponent's card to discard a card. And then you can trigger cards like Silva or whatever, right? And trigger their more powerful effects. And this is honestly already one of the ways I can see playing this deck is like going first, you try to set up a play where you go give the opponent Ceruli, discard Silva. Silva comes back, then you take 2 cards from your opponent's hand away, and then you bounce the Silva back to your hand in some way, shape, or form. There's multiple ways to do it. The most obvious one is Grapha or Rainbow. Bounce back the Silva, give them, and then use the Dark World Fusion to negate a card on their turn. Summon the Silva again, forcing them. You negate 1 card, and you return 4 cards from the hand to the deck. Now, they get to choose. They get to choose which 4 cards they return off of their first 6. So I guess they have 1 card left. I guess they have 1 card left. If you really want to be, it's kind of mid. Kind of mid. Yeah, kind of mid. Yeah, kind of mid. They get to keep 1 card. Kind of mid. There is more broken stuff about Ceruli and Silva. We will talk about that right now after we go through all the Dark World cards. Now, and I think, unless I am missing something, I think all of the cards we have here on the left side now are the only ones that I think are considered playable. Everything else, I feel like isn't. Lucent is good with Ceruli. Lucent. If this card is discarded, special summon it. If this card is discarded by an opponent's card effect, you can special summon a fiend type from your deck to either side of the field. I mean, if we really focus on Ceruli, maybe there's a really broken fiend that we can play, but it seems a little bricky, but yeah. I guess we could quickly go over it. Brawn is awful. Brawn is like an awful card. Charge into the Dark World is a target a level 4 or lower fiend in the grave, special summon it, discard a fiend monster. It's not awful, but I don't think it's gonna see play. Not very good. Dark World Brainwashing. When an opponent's monster activates its effect, if you have 3 or more cards in your hand, you can target a Dark World in your field, return to the hand. If you do act, nah, it's not good. Not good. D-Links, like I said, will not see play. I don't think there is anything that sees play. This is also a Reborn. You cannot summon other monsters to turn you activate this card. Jesus. Dark World Lightning, target a set card on the field, destroy it, then discard a card. Nah. Latinum. If this card is discarded to the graveyard, if it's discarded, target a fiend in the field, special summon this card from the grave, then... Okay. What the hell? The bonus of this card, if it's discarded by an opponent, is that it gives you a bonus of 500 attack? That's the payoff for making your opponent discard it? Is 500 attack? My god. Not mid. Yeah, the cool thing about this card is it's better than Silva because you target the fiend monster. You decide. Not your opponent, like for Silva. You choose. Therefore, Silva is mid and Latinum is better. I said it. You might not like it, but I said it. The old Rainbow is pretty bad because it only triggers on opponents. Scar is, I think, the Mystic Tomato one. Yeah, okay. There's nothing else relevant from Dark Worlds directly. So I think these cards in the main deck will all be played for sure. Grapha might not be a 3 of. Gates might not be a 3 of. I think everything else is pretty self-explanatory. Now, you might notice here. Also, wait, the fusion spell will definitely be played. I don't know if you play multiples of it. Let me clean up this side deck a little bit to not have multiples. This one's already main deck. Okay. I don't know if you play multiples of the field spell, but it will definitely be played. Now, you will notice something. There is a severe lack of discarding here. We have a lot of cards that trigger on discards, we don't have that much that actually discard, right? Like Genta and Gates are cards that discard. Library discards, but not on its own. And Ascension also discards if you have a Grapha with it. Now, what do we pair this with in order to get going? How do we make this deck consistent? How do we, combo? Now, of course, a card that has historically seen a lot of play in Dangers, in Dark Worlds is Card Destruction. I don't think Card Destruction sees play at all. Same reason as Dark World Dealings. Now, what everyone else is already saying is Dangers. Now, Dangers, I have mixed feelings about Dangers in this. On the one hand, they seem good. No questions asked. I am not sure if I am super happy with Dangers, though, because they are like not very controlled discards, right? Like if I have a Danger with a Snow in hand, it's not like I have a guaranteed combo or anything, right? I don't have a guaranteed combo. I can definitely see Dangers are an option, but I'm not looking at Dangers in a way that they are going to be insane for sure. Like, I'm not sure if Dangers are absolutely what you need for this deck, but I guess we keep Dangers in the back of our head. I think Dangers are strong in this potentially, but I'm not sure if they are it. It also, the question is also like, what do we do with the bodies? Right? If we have a plan on how we use a level 7 Nessie, then sure, maybe it's fine. Maybe we want Dangers. But maybe we don't. I don't know yet. One other card I wanted to quickly mention is Muckraker, which, if you plan on using Dark Worlds, I think this card is definitely going to be played because this card is beautiful for the Dark World archetype. It's 2 effect monsters, cannot be used as link material the turn it is link summoned. If a monster you control will be destroyed by battle or card effect, tribute a fiend monster instead. You can target 1 fiend monster in your grave except Muckraker, discard a card, and if you do, special summon that monster. Also, you cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn except for fiends. Very good card because it's very generic. Any effect monsters work, and it's a discard outlet as well. So if you like start comboing and you run out of cards in your hand that let you keep discarding, you can make Muckraker, reborn a monster, and discard. Very good. Then we have the new card, Salamander Catalyzer. You can reveal this card and 1 fiend monster in your hand, special summon one of them, and discard the other. When a monster is destroyed by battle involving your fiend monster while this card's in your grave, you can add this card to your hand. You can only use each effect of Salamander Catalyzer once per turn. I think this card is good because it's basically, okay, so the way I see this card is it's basically a Danger. It's basically a Danger that you always discard what you want with, right? You always discard the best Dark World in your hand. Like if I open Catalyzer with Snow and I really want to discard the Snow, I can discard the Snow. It's not like a Danger where I hope that I discard. The downside, of course, is that Dangers draw, right? Dangers draw. If you hit with a Danger, you draw. Very good. However, most of the Dangers are not level 4, especially the quote-unquote good ones, right? Like Nessie, Chupacabra, and Tsuchinoko are not level 4, and this one is. I think I see very little reason to not play this card, at least as a one-of, because sadly it's once per turn. Chupacabra is 4, but like Chupacabra isn't good, right? Because Chupacabra is if you go first and you open Chupacabra, or did I say Chupacabra? I meant Jackalope. I meant Jackalope and Tsuchinoko and Nessie, of course. If I said Chupacabra, I misspoke. Yeah. The thing about Chupacabra is that if you go first with Chupacabra, it's literally a 20% chance that it does nothing, right? That's my problem with a card like Chupacabra. And Mothman, even if Mothman hits itself, it's like technically okay for your deck, but we already established that we don't want to play Dark World Dealings, and Chupacabra has a 20% chance to be Dark World Dealings, right? 20% chance to be Dark World Dealings for Mothman, which is weird. The Catalyzer, I see no reason to not play this card because it's literally perfect. It's just level 4, and it discards any fiend of your choice to come out onto the field. And if you ever get into a grind game, the card even returns to your hand. The only downside I see with this card is that it's once per turn. So if your deck is like a turbo deck that draws a lot of cards, you don't want to draw multiples, maybe you only make it a one of. Maybe you only make it a one of to just be like, I'm never risking drawing multiples, but if I ever draw one, I'm always happy about it. So I could definitely see playing Catalyzer. Maybe I could even see it playing. I could even see playing more, but I definitely see myself playing one. What I will say right now is whatever we are building here, I can already tell you whatever we build here is going to be broken going first. Because I already know that. I already know just from looking at these cards is that this deck is going to be consistently destroying your opponent from when you go first. Like there's no shot that with all the cards available at this point, that this deck cannot consistently hand loop you on turn 1. Like, it's possible. It's 100% possible to consistently hand loop you on turn 1 with this deck. I think. The only thing... Droll? Yeah, have fun playing Droll in this meta. Have fun. If this deck comes out in 2 weeks, have fun putting Droll into your deck. Shifter? Yeah, okay. Then explain to me how Ishizu Tier has a 70% top rate at YCS Dortmund if Shifter beats that deck. Dueler will hurt. Dueler will hurt. We will see. That's what I was getting to, right? Going first, this deck will be very, very strong. But if we have to put like 40 engine into this deck to make it consistent, if that's the premise, if as soon as we start adding non-engine it becomes inconsistent, then it's probably not going to be strong enough going second into a field that makes Dweller. Dank Prophet, thank you for the Prime, appreciate you, right? Like, I can definitely see this deck breaking boards going second. 100% I can see this deck breaking boards going second. I just don't see it winning against Dweller. 28 engine? Maybe. If you can actually make this deck consistent with 28 engine, and you can play like 12, I don't know, Bestials and other stuff against Tier to prevent Dweller, then it could actually be legit. Like, if we can make it consistent with 28 engine only, I think we could look at a real meta contender, but I don't know that yet. I feel like Droplet is a must. Nah, Droplet is awful. How do we play Droplet in this deck? It doesn't have any synergy with it. Branded Dark World? Branded Dark World. So, okay, chat. Now, we've talked about dangers. What are the other cards that have crazy synergy with this deck? Neko Main King is the one that comes to mind. Which, honestly, I think this would be funny. I think this could be funny if we play, or not funny even. Maybe it could be the best way. Instead of the Silva loop, we do instead of the Silva loop, we just go make Grapha, and we let our opponent discard the Neko Main King. Is there a reason we don't like Danger? No, we like Dangers. We're just talking about the other options. Because I'm not sure if Danger are the best thing out there. Because I think there's good discard options that are not random. And I'm not sure if we have something good to do with the Danger bodies on the board. That's why I'm just collecting stuff. But Dangers are definitely good. So Neko Main King would basically be something. You will never play Neko Main King and Silva or Ceruli together in the deck. Because you have to choose what your goal is, right? You either try and hand loop your opponent with Silva, or you try and Neko Main King end their turn. The reason why I think Neko Main King could actually be better, like unironically, is because if you play Neko Main King going second against Ishizu tier, they cannot mill you. They cannot try and mill you, which makes their deck a little bit less consistent, right? Because, you know, they like, if they can, and that's funny, right? It's funny because Neko Main King, the downside of Neko Main King, right? The downside of Neko Main King in all of the decks right now is that if you draw the card, it's awful, right? If you draw Neko Main King, it's awful. In Dark World, it's not. You have to hard draw Neko Main, you have to. But the deck that I have in mind for that would have, I don't think would have a big problem with that. Also, I will say one thing. I think if this deck goes first, like if you play 3 Neko Main King and this deck goes first and you don't find Neko Main King, I still don't think your opener will be bad. Right? You don't have to have Neko Main King going first. If you put up like a bunch of, I don't know, rank 4s and make a Grapha Dragon Overlord, and then, okay, you don't have Silva with it, but dude, if you discard like a Grapha from the Overlord, it's still busted. You can play Tour Guide and Sangan and Surge the King. That's funny. I think there's a decent chance that Neko Main King might be a good card. Might be the play over Cerulean Silva. Simply because I think going first, it doesn't matter what you pull off. Like, honestly, I think going first, this deck will be broken either way. Like, I really think so. I don't see this deck being not broken going first. Like, no matter what you do, even if you just like set up, like, even if you set up just Dark World things, right? Nothing extra deck related, just the fusion monster with a bunch of card advantage, and you recycle your fusion spell to discard another Grapha on the opponent's turn, right? And then you go like, discard Grapha on the opponent's turn, make the fusion, destroy, use the fusion to negate, discard like whatever with a powerful effect. I think pair that with like a good rank 2 or rank 4, and we have a real deck, even if we don't find the Neko Main King. That's the thing about, yeah, recycling Grapha back to hand. Because you can easily bounce Rainbow back to hand. What does this thing do if it's discarded by an opponent? Special summons a level 4 or lower Dark World from deck or grave to either field. What about, yeah, okay, what about branded in high? Is that discarding? Ooh, it's discarding. Ooh, this card could be good. This card could be good. Jero, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Ooh. That's nice. Because we can, So what do we show? Oh, we could also play Cartesia as our normal summon because it fusion summons. But that doesn't count as discarding, right? Yeah, that doesn't count as discarding. Cartesia is light? Yeah, but what's the problem? I mean, we could play Cartesia, but this looks very strong, honestly. This looks very, very beneficial, because it's like, if you already have everything, you can set this and use it to discard on the opponent's turn. If you don't have everything, this is like a good starter, because it's like it's an upstart goblin, and it enables any discard. That seems good. So, is there any good fusion we can summon, or do we just summon whatever? It also puts multiple fiends in the graveyard for gates. Monster fusion 2500 fiend level 8 Queritus or Beowulf. Does it matter which one we take? Is there anything with a beneficial effect or not? So there's Queritus or whatever. And Masquerade. So we have... Okay, I don't think there's anything with a good quote-unquote option. You can summon Masquerade with Accession if you send Mask or Queritus. Oh! We could play 2 Masquerades. And then if we send one Masquerade with High Spirits, we could summon another one. Wait, no, it's not a Despia. We need a Despia. We would need 1 Queritus and 1 Masquerade. And then we send the Masquerade, then we can... we send the Queritus, and then we can... Yeah, okay, that works. Interesting. It also makes it so... that... Because this deck doesn't recycle the cards from the graveyard in the same way that Tearlament does, right? Because in Tearlament, you only needed 1 target ever, because you would always return it. If we use 1 High Spirits on turn 1... we don't have another target ever, so I guess running 2 is beneficial anyways if we go for that, but that's an interesting little package. That is an interesting little package. You don't have to make it a Despia deck just because of that. You can just play High Spirits and call it a day, honestly, just the same as they have been doing in the thing. You need 3 goods? You definitely don't play 3 goods. Opening in Aluber? I don't think we can play opening into Aluber. I don't think we can play opening because we want to have Exceeds available. Dragged Down. Dragged Down is a card we can only play. I think Dragged Down is a card we can only play in a quote-unquote bad version of this deck. Because in order for you to use Dragged Down, you need to set all the cards in your hand to force your opponent to discard the right card, the card that you want. Of course, it can help to counter like hand traps. The problem is if you draw any card that isn't a Dark World card that you want to discard, if it's a monster, like let's say we play Ash, right? If we have Ash, we cannot use Drag Down. Just as an example, right? So, I don't know. I don't think Drag Down is the one that makes it. What is Diabolica Dragon? When does this come out? Is this in the structure deck? If a fiend monster other than Diabolica Dragon is sent to your grave by a card effect. If fiend monster is sent to your grave by a card effect, you can special summon this card from the grave. If it was there, it's not in this. It's a jump promo. Okay. You can if this card is sent to the grave by card effect, you can target a fiend in your grave, add it to your hand. It's a nice card. It would enable rank 8 plays. And it would allow us to play Trade-In, because right now, like, Trade-In is an interesting card for Dark Worlds. It does not let you trigger your Grapha or Rainbow, which is bad about it, but it does put fiends into the grave for the gates immediately, and it, of course, Grapha and Rainbow in the grave you can still consider that a +1, right? Why no Allure? The deck is not finished. There's 25 cards in my deck. Can you imagine that I'm gonna add 15 more cards? I'm not planning on playing 25. Trade-In is a nice card, but I think it's a little risky with just 6 level 8s. Although they are searchable in like high capacity. Is there maybe a spot for Desires? There might be some room for Desires. Yeah, I guess it's a little awkward with the Albion. But you could definitely play like 2 or 3 of the fusion spells and then play Desires so far. I don't see anything wrong with that, especially if we keep the triple Grapha. Super Poly? I don't understand why is everyone screaming Super Poly? Super Poly discards for cost. Super Poly discards for cost. It has no synergy with Dark Worlds whatsoever. Give the opponent Ceruli, then activate talents. That is funny. That is funny, but it's also at the same time a little weird. So I think Cartesia might be nice. Because what I'm seeing here is we don't have a normal summon yet. We do not have a normal summon. So maybe Cartesia could be our normal summon and we can go into Synchros. Or, alternatively, maybe we don't need a normal summon. That's another argument you could make. Is like, we might not need a normal summon because we can just slap down... like, at any point in the game, we just slap down Genta, Brow, or Snow to just go bring back Rainbow and Grapha. That might also be a good normal summon. I think, yeah. I think that's fine. I'm gonna try 1 goods. I don't think we need more than 1 goods because we're just gonna draw multiples and hate our lives. I think a session I would say is at least a 2 of then. Armageddon plus Zephyros. Zephyros is interesting. We don't have great ways to get it into the grave, but some kind of level 4 package could be interesting. So, but like, okay. What should the goal be? Should we try to hand loop with Silva, or should we try Neko Main King? I think both are potentially okay. Grosser? What is grosser? Tyrant of Thunder. During your opponent's main phase, you can target an effect monster on the field, discard a monster, and if you do, negate that monster's effects until the end of the turn. You can only use this effect once per turn. If a fiend monster is sent from the hand to the grave, you can apply one of the following effects to this card. Cannot be destroyed, cannot be targeted. Okay. It's not awful. Honestly. It's not bad. But it's also... It would be better if you could use it on your turn. Okay, so what are the extra deck options that we could try and go for? Because that's something we missed last time. Like, what could we do? If we just start playing now, we can chuck a bunch of bodies onto the field. What can we do? There's Dugaris, there's Muckraker, there's Cross Sheep, which is a reborn, right? If we make a fusion. Yeah, that's good. You can play Akashic Magician. Akashic Magician is broken in this deck. If we decide to play Ceruli and Silva. Because if you... It's so funny. If you... one sec. That's the most broken thing about the Silva and Ceruli interaction, I think. Is that if you play your zones accordingly, you literally have to only assemble the combo once for it to be completely broken. Like, if you ever get to the point where you give your opponent Ceruli and you trigger your Silva, trigger this, right? They have to return 2 cards. And you can literally make this, and it will bounce the Ceruli back to your hand and the Silva back to your hand. So you have both back. You literally have both of them back. So if you have any other discard effect, you can do it twice instantly. Which is ridiculous. It is ridiculous if that you can do that. Bit gimmicky? I don't know. With how much they can search, it might not be that gimmicky. I'm not sure if gimmicky is the word I would call this. I don't think it's that gimmicky, to be honest. Like, it's not that hard if you really think about it. It needs 6. I mean, you can only play 2 of these. You don't have to play more. Like, Snow searches this, and Rainbow searches Silva. You don't have to play that many. You can also play, you could play 3 Ceruli and 1 Silva. Because, like, Ceruli can be good just as a general combo enabler to discard your Brows and Snows. Or, like, mostly Brow. But, like, you don't have to play 6 of these to make this work. Two Ceruli is pretty important, since with 2, you can also discard Bow and do the same thing. Oh, if you have a Ceruli and a Bow, discard this. You summon... okay, no, I see. I can see that. The only... I think, honestly, I think this is... In a vacuum, I think Ceruli Silva is better. I think considering specifically Bestials and Tearlaments, maybe Nekomainking could be better. Maybe. It could be. I think the deck would actually be okay. Just have to make the main to be tier. I think this deck absolutely has the potential to be top tier. Especially... my biggest issue with it, when I'm looking at it, is like going first. I think it's fine. But I think in order to make it not break, you have to play it somewhat like this. It's like you don't have much room for tech card. Like, you could maybe play like 4 Bestials in 36 engine or something. That could be fine. Or like 6 Bestials, because they also work with Allure. Maybe it's okay if you played Nekomainking. The tier matchup could be fine, because if they go first, they cannot do that much. Like, they cannot overcommit, basically. If you do... Let's try this for first, just for the sake of it. You can side main king. There's no way you side main king, because like it's in your deck. It even has a purpose. Do we need more engine than that? I'm not sure if it's consistent enough. I guess we can just try to add. I guess we can try to add some Bestials to this and see if it works. Because right now, going second, you have like 7 Bestials. You have 7 Bestials. And then you have the bonus chance of Nekomainking. Beginning of the end should be in the deck. At that point, we are surely playing full engine though, right? Because I don't see the deck being consistent going first. I mean, it's kind of like the Danger FTK thing in 2018 or 19. Like, Danger FTK was insane in the same way that this deck is insane. But the only difference is back in 2019, the Danger FTK could actually win going second, right? Danger FTK was genuinely good going second. 2018 it was, yeah. Whereas this deck, just its shell, just the core engine, going second, I don't think it wins often enough. Wouldn't the tier deck milling Nekomainking during your turn be dangerous? That doesn't work like that. Nekomainking only triggers during your opponent's turn. They cannot end your turn with it. Okay, so if we do this, what should the extra deck be for going first? We maybe play 2 fusions. We at least play 2 fusions. We can play Dweller. We can play Zeus for going second. What about rank 8s? What about rank 8s? There's Coach King, but that needs 3. I mean, if we couldn't pull it off, though, that's insane. We can play... Think Girsu, Hope Harbinger. I mean, Hope Harbinger is good probably if we're going first. Just like add more negates. Think Girsu would be only good for going second, although I'm not sure how good that even is. Coach King is draw 3, but only at a point in the game where you already have like everything. And if I say everything, I mean like everything, right? If we play like level 8 dangers, then sure. But that, you know what I mean, is like, even if we take out Neko Main King and brand it in High Spirits, it's like, I'm not sure if dangers are better in High Spirits, and the room for dangers is quite tight. I guess we can, I don't know if we can realistically make this card with just these, but maybe the deck just goes crazy like that. We probably play Dark. I don't think we can ever go to Saryuja or Appaloosa with this. I'm not sure if that's better than just Do we need 3 fusions ever? I don't see us making anything good with IP. Wallow could be okay for going second with 7 Bystials. Yeah. Number 90? What's number 90? You can only use these when an opponent's monster activates its effect. You charge material and negate that effect. So it's just a monster negate? I could see it for going, I guess, maybe it helps playing around Nibiru on turn 1. At some point, they are forced to Nibiru you at some point earlier than they should, maybe. Number 23. Oh yeah, but Lancelot also negates your own cards, right? Yeah, he's like Doom Caliber Knight. You can attach Galaxy Cyclone? That's funny. That is funny. During your opponent's turn, you can take Galaxy card from your deck and add it to your hand or attach it. That is funny. Beige could be nice for the rank 4s. I'm not sure. The thing is, I need to figure out how this deck plays first. So let's see. Because I don't think this deck has like, I mean, it does have some standard combos, but because of how unpredictable your draws are. See is what I mean. Probably this. Who do we pitch? Probably Brow first. See what we get. Actually, we don't. Up. This summons itself. It's like I think I'm not sure how much I like High Spirit. Wait, I should have gone Albion first. Oh, I should have sent this. Should not be here. This. Yeah, it needs discarding. But I'm not sure if dangers are right. Honestly, every time I just want to see this guy, dude. The more hands like all of those hands, this card is just crazy, isn't it? Or just like some form of level 4 normal summon. Some form of level 4 normal summon. Also, a session could be 3 of. Neko Field's Copium. I think Neko is only Copium because we play too much non-engine alongside it. You might not need a lure. Because like most of the cards are high value anyways, the darks. I guess not running any Bestials seems like a mistake, because they can also be extenders into Muckraker. I think you'd probably play at least this ratio of Bestials. And then what would be, like, if I wanted to play, like, 1 or 2 good normal summons? Some dangers. Aluber as a normal summon? I don't hate that idea completely. Unless we already have High Spirits in hand. It's like going Aluber, grab High Spirits is like it grabs you a discard outlet and it's a level 4. And the card you add is actually good in your deck. I don't hate that. No, I don't want to play opening. But like too many High Spirits is also not great. You could play Armageddon and Zephyros. We're not gonna play Trance Archfiend in 2022, chat. There's no way. Trance Archfiend is this card, but not as a special summon. Okay, so this hand is like pitch Rainbow Special Catalyzer. Rainbow adds Rafa. I guess then we would normal summon Catalyzer. We could also start by using Ascension. Right, we could start by using Ascension, make big Grapha. Protection from, that's protection from things. I think there should be a Silva, though. There has to be a Silva in this deck. Because you need, in situations like this, we need to search a discard that's not Grapha. From Rainbow. Yeah, there has to be a Silva in this deck. Because if Yeah, no. There has to be a Silva. Even if we don't play for Ceruli, there has to be a Silva. Because then, with Silva, like for example, an example hand of Grapha, Fusion Spell plus the Rainbow is actually quite strong. Like if you have Fusion Spell, Rainbow, Grapha, like we had in that last hand, right? We can go a session, summon Overlord. Discard these two. Rainbow triggers, adds the Silva, because Rainbow only adds level 5 or higher, so we need another target for that. And then we can trigger the thing in the grave, right? Add it back to hand. Pitch the Silva. The Silva will special summon back. And then we go bounce this one for Rainbow, and then bounce Rainbow for Grapha. And then we already have... the... if we use this effect, we already have the Silva in hand. With this combo. Yeah, I think there needs to be one Silva. I don't know if we need Zephyros Armageddon Knight. I think if we play 3 Catalyzer, I think we can just normal summon an additional copy of Catalyzer at some point. Which is okay. But I think at the point where we play the Silva already, I think it's better to go for Ceruli over Neko Main King. Unfortunately. It'd be really funny, but I don't think that's better. We play this. And we have 2 more slots. It could be 2 more Bestials. I could see Beige. 2 goods. I don't think we can play so many goods. I think 3 goods plus 3 Accession is going to be annoying. Then we need a Kashik. Let's take out the Coach Trainer. I don't think we can make that. Lightsworn what? Does Sharon make sense? Sharon doesn't discard, does it? It sends a monster from hand to grave, so Sharon doesn't work. Trade-in would be good. Trade-in would be good if you can pull it off. I'm afraid that trade-in might contribute to a couple more breaks. But trade-in is good. Tactics? I guess there's no reason not to play at least one tactics. Because, like, even if you go first, if you manage to trigger Ceruli, you can definitely use tactics. So maybe that's cool. You can, like, if you have tactics, actually, and you pull off the Ceruli combo, your opponent literally is on 0 cards in hand. Because they have to send back 4 and you tactics 1. And it might even help going second. See, that's what I mean, dude. I guess this hand would actually play if we played a Link one. Oh, this card would solve it all, going second. It is bricky at this point. Maybe do you have to play dangerous? I mean, this hand is broken. Let's just try and play down a hand. Let's go Genta, pitch gates. You might not play 3 gates, by the way. You might not actually play 3 gates. We go goods, send the fusion spell because we don't want to draw that right now. And then we go with Albion because we also don't want to draw high spirits. Bottom, draw, balance. Okay, that's funny because we can now go. Oops. This is actually broken. We go banish Genta, discard Ceruli, draw a card. This comes to our field and Ceruli comes to the opponent's field. I'm just gonna assume it's there. Then there's Ceruli triggers. We can pitch Grapha or Rainbow. Which one would we pitch here? The secondary effect, special summon a level 4 lower Dark World from your deck or grave. Cosmic Vanity, thank you for the prime, appreciate you so much. Wait, no, we pitched this, right? We pitched this for the Ceruli. This triggers now. It adds Silva to our hand and special summons another Ceruli to the opponent. Give me a second. Add Silva, special summon another Ceruli to the opponent. Here. That triggers discarding our Silva. So we have hand looped 2 now. Wait, this needs to go here. Right? So this has, we have 2 cards and 2 cards are gone. 2 cards are gone. Then we go talents. Look at the hand, 2 more. Bounce Genta for Rainbow. Pitch Genta for another Gates. Gates. Banish. These 2 Cerulis are on the opponent's side, so we have to banish Genta here. Pitch Grapha. We can pop one of the Cerulis if we want to. Then we can go Grapha. Come back. You forgot to draw? For what? Oh, Gates. Magnum, okay. We can then go add a session back to the hand, discard this can search another Grapha. We can go Rainbow, add back this, special summon this. We can go a session. Yeah, I mean, we have it. We already have it, no matter what. Could have also done some neat stuff with Akashic. So here, pretty sure you just go Snow, add Genta. Gotta be Genta, right? Genta's so good. Yeah, because Genta makes, yeah. Genta is gonna make library here. We don't have a Dark World on the board though. No way we used we get library. So we banish this for. You could pitch Ceruli just to get the bonus effect off Grapha. Not sure if that's what you would do going first, but maybe you would. You could. This comes back. We have 2 options. We can bounce Genta for Grapha and use it again. Or Rafa Fusion in tier, 1 copy of Dark Hex. I don't think you would need that in tier. I don't think tier needs it. We can make Dugaris. And it probably works out. What, there's a new Sky Striker card? Okay, give me a second. Come on, dude. At this point, the deck is mocking me a little bit. It still wasn't over because we had high spirits, but like... The deck is bricky. I don't know. That's what I said earlier. I don't think there's a way you can play like 28 engine. Honestly, even the 5 Bystials seem like they're not playable to me. I feel like the way I'm seeing this deck is like you might have to go full engine and see, and like if people play Dweller, then you lose. It's not as bricky if you play Dangerous. But what do I take out for Dangerous though? Like a Branded in High Spirits was a card that contributed to consistency. A card like Catalyzer contributes to consistency. Right? Everyone is playing Dweller, which is honestly one of the downsides to this deck, 100%. But no beige one of? Maybe beige is a one of. I don't know. Maybe Silva is a two of, so you have more targets for Rainbow. 8 could be a two of. Maybe you don't need goods. Goods is good. Fenrir? Fenrir could be a good non-engine in this deck. As like your only non-engine. 3 Rainbow seems unnecessary with only 2 targets. The card is so good though. But I do kind of agree. Maybe I'm the thing is, searching Silva is important though. And ironically, some kind of fluffle engine? What do you mean by fluffle engine? What kind of synergy do they even have? The thing is, okay, we played Chupacabra. Boy Vendor discards as effect. Hold on. Hold on. So these are technically, I think, the playable dangers. Theoretically. Toy Vendor. Once per turn, you can discard 1 card. Draw 1 card and show it. Otherwise, discard. If this card is sent to your... Wait, no, this is not... This is cost. It's cap. It's not. It's cost. It doesn't work. The second part, though? I mean, okay. If the top card of your deck is the perfect Dark World card, then yeah. But, like... No shot. That's awful. Coach. Max out level 8 dangers and go for trade-in. Maybe. I just want to see what type of dangers are, like, if you can do something cool with the bodies. Like Muckraker is what is the best thing I can think. Like Muckraker and Akashic are pretty good in this deck, I think. But Muckraker locks you into Fiends for the rest, so further dangers wouldn't work. Chupacabra is decent. Where's Security Dragon? Security Dragon is also a bounce, right? I guess. I mean, we have Akashic, which should most of the time be better, because we don't have to co-link it. But maybe we can make both. We're gonna simulate dangers. I'm always gonna declare them and then use discard the rightmost card. And this is where it ends. Well, no, not quite. Actually, not true. This. Then we give them Ceruli. Right, we give them Ceruli. Here. That triggers. We trigger the Grapha, look at their hand, maybe get a monster. Maybe get a monster out of it, but we can Talons to draw 2. Easy clap. And now it ends. Graph is mandatory, so Ceruli will die? Okay. Give them Ceruli and then beat Cop Mine. Oh my god. The beginning of the end. Ah, yes, that's gonna help. That's gonna help our bricking problems. You might unironically cut down on stuff like Grapha and Rainbow. Because those have been contributing to some bricks for sure without trade-in. I think right now we play too much stuff that needs to be discarded versus not enough stuff that actually discards. I think that is the core problem that we have right now. Another snow. Another snow. Draw a card off Gates. Special Genta and Snow Searches Library? Maybe Library. I think it's Library. I think it's Library. And I think it's normal summon Zephyros. And make Dugares here. We could have also just... No, I like this. And then we go... Bop, bop. Draw 2. Wait, no, we activate Library first, of course. My bad. Draw 2 for Dugares. Hitch Ceruli. Trigger Ceruli is mandatory, so he'll be Chainlink 1. Library. Oh wait, no, it has to be discarded by an opponent's card effect. Or a Dark World. Okay, so the Library will not trigger here yet. We give them the Ceruli. And that triggers. a discard for us, which will be this. New chain. We go chainlink 1 library, chainlink 2 rainbow, which rainbow will summon. We'll add Silva and summon another Ceruli to their field. Move. And then library will be discard Grapha and draw 2. And then this Ceruli will trigger and discard our Silva. So we discard 2 cards from their hand. Right? And now Grapha will pop one of them. Any. And then we can go bounce here. We can also... Wait, this is Fiend. Oh, Dugar's is Fiend. We can make a Kashik with it. Yeah, we can bounce here. Special this. Then this makes a Kashik. 2 months with the same type except tokens. Yeah, so this works. That bounces this Ceruli and this Silva back to our hand. We can use Zephyros to bounce this. Not that we need to, but we can. Like this. Then we can simply gates. Discard, I mean, we can do a lot more than that, but we can like discard the Ceruli with the gates, draw another card, and special another Silva. And we have now taken 4 cards out of their hand. And we also have a session to summon the fusion at any point. So if it does get going, it gets going, right? Is what I'm trying to say. But how do we get there? This card is hella funny with Ceruli. It's also crazy how often I'm freaking opening Ceruli as opposed to how little I'm opening Brow and Snow. I'm mad at that. I still think this hand probably gets there. Because we can just go... With this hand, we don't even have to use the Nessie, right? We can just go special the Catalyzer, give them the Ceruli, and then by the Ceruli, we discard Nessie. We grab Chupacabra, because we can discard that for... We can discard the Chupacabra... Where is it? We can discard Chupacabra for the gates if we don't draw anything. Well, we can now Tactics to draw 2. And then we can go... Wait, we don't have a Fiend. I guess we do activate gates and then reveal. Declare Chupacabra. Discards itself. Now we have a Fiend for our gates. It's... I don't think dangers are it, quite honestly. I honestly don't think dangers are it at all, but maybe I'm wrong. But it's gonna be hard to build this in a way that's consistent. This card is insane though, I think. I think this card is very good. But my prediction, my honest first prediction on this deck is that it will be playable at some point in the near future, but only if the metagame shifts a little bit towards decks that do not make Dweller on the first turn. Like, I think going second, this deck could beat something like sprite boards maybe. Sprite boards or whatever, right? Or maybe Flunder, depending on, you know, if they finally ban statue. And what kind of tier element boards they make after a potential ban list. I think the problem is that the core problem is that this deck bricks. This deck bricks, and this deck, because of that, this deck needs to be full of engine. This deck basically has to say, okay, going second, I will let my opponent play, and I will try to beat their board with my engine. And this deck doesn't really do that, I think, in the current metagame. But okay, I still think there is potential here, and I think I think despite this deck being bricky, I think we were still able to show that off, at least to an extent. My sub notifications aren't working right now, which I'm confused by. But Sir Doodles, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome back. But somehow there's no notification popping up, which I'm confused by. I don't know why there is nothing. Well, okay, thank you. Do you think that Tira will use the fusion? This fusion? I mean... So that what's the idea? King of the Swamp, and then you make this as a negate? Maybe. But I'm not sure. I don't think Ishizu tier will. Maybe if they hit Ishizu, but not that great, I think. I mean, it's not bad. It's a generic fusion Omni. I mean, it's not generic because you need Grapha. So you're gonna have to play King of the Swamp. But if you play King of the Swamp, you need the ability to fuse from the graveyard. So the only deck that can really use it is like Tier right now, which is already so powerful that I'm not sure if it needs it. But yeah. All right. This card is always treated as a Sky Striker card. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can discard a spell, special summon this card from your hand. You can banish a spell from your grave, give control of this card to your opponent, and if you do, special summon a Sky Striker monster from your grave. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard, you can target one of your banished Sky Striker spells added to your hand. Is this good? I don't think it's good. Okay, so the idea behind this card is you discard a spell card, then you banish a spell from the grave and give control to the opponent, and then you attack over it to add back a banished Sky Striker card. And in the process, you even get back a Ray from the grave, or a Rose, or a Link. Which is, like, not awful. It would be good if you could summon a Ray from the deck instead of from the graveyard. Like, it doesn't help. It's not a starter. That's my problem. It would actually be a starter. It would actually be a starter if you could summon one from the deck instead of from the grave. Yeah, just give them a monster and Mystic Mind them. Easy clappers. Where are the other ones? Better than the other. Which other ones? Where? Wait, there's a new Sky Striker Ace? We just have the artworks? Then how is the other one better than the other two? I don't get that. What do you mean better than the other two? Sky Striker Ace Monka? Okay. Alright, as you have noticed, I have acquired food. So what do we watch on the break before we do the meta game discussion of what should happen moving forward? Because as a closing statement to the Dark World stuff, we might try this more in a future stream. We might try this more in an upcoming stream, but my first thought on this is, like I said, I believe this deck needs to play full engine. I think this deck needs to play full engine in order to function, otherwise it seems to be too bricky to me. The new Kickstarter card game? Yeah, I heard about that. What is it about? Is that cool? I think Triff made a video about it, right? Anyways, I think this deck needs to be full engine to work, which isn't necessarily a criteria to say, oh, it's awful because of that. It could still be playable at some point, because I've played decks before that were only engine. That can work. I just don't think that if this deck plays full engine, that it goes head-to-head with Ishizu tier. Or like tier limit in general. Maybe there's like ways to build this deck better, for sure, right? This deck is not perfect yet because we just built it in like an hour. There's definitely ways to improve this. There's potential in these cards. You just need to solve the problem of bricking, I think. Are you planning on streaming Scarlet and Violet on Friday? I absolutely am. I have gotten myself a capture card. I got myself an extra monitor for the Switch. All the good stuff. We are absolute Pokemon streamers on Friday, because I'm very hyped about this, because I've been a huge Pokemon fan my entire life. I've played all of the friggin' games, all the good stuff, and I'm very excited to share it with my viewers for the first time, because I have never, I even played competitive Pokemon in the past. I qualified for the Pokemon World Championships. Some Joshua lore. 2014, I qualified for Pokemon Worlds, but I didn't go for the video game. But yeah, that's a piece of lore that not everyone knows. What is my favorite Pokemon? It is on your screen right now. You can see it on the screen. Can you? Yeah, you can. Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Runeterra Worlds qualification. What more? Those are all the ones I played. Well, almost Hearthstone. I was close in Hearthstone. 2015 or 16. It is Umbreon. It is Umbreon. Do you keep up with the anime? I do not. Not currently. I heard he got world champion. I quit Yu-Gi-Oh. Surely it's not clickbait, right? Triff would never do this. Triff would never clickbait me on my lunch break, right? He's never clickbaited before. When has he ever uploaded a video that was clickbait, like stating maybe too many negates or too many interruptions or anything like that? That has never happened, right? That has never happened. Surely he quits Yu-Gi-Oh in this.
Today's video is a
All right, so I don't know if we're gonna watch the whole thing. Because I'm just gonna finish my food and see if I enjoy it. Because I don't think this video is about Yu-Gi-Oh, but we'll see. And then stick around after this. We'll do I guess it's a Banlist discussion. Really, what I am going to do after that I already announced yesterday is because I want to talk about what should happen with this format now, right? After having watched a YCS, after having played a YCS in this Tier 0 Ishizu format, what do we think of it and what should happen? I guess it's part of a Banlist discussion, so that's what we're going to do after I have finished my food. So yeah. Bop. Bop.
Absolute banger. I'm gonna go get my brother Griff number 2. Like, you know what I mean? Just when you thought one trip was enough, we're gonna listen to the help of trip number 2.
Is it actually his brother?
Play the brand new, most epic game ever. Imagine Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic had a baby. And then imagine Pokemon and RuneScape had a baby. Then imagine those two babies grew up and then they had a baby. And then out came Alestros. Today's video, I'm gonna go and listen to help my brother. And we're gonna go play this absolute epic game. I'm excited. Let's go. Hi!
Oh!
What's up,
Hey.
brother?
Hey, man.
What's up?
I was just brushing my teeth. Scott, what's up? What are we doing here? Why
Oh, it's literally 2 of them. How is there 2 of them?
is there a camera in my face?
I told
man?
you
What the
today
hell's
we're
going
gonna play
on?
Alestros.
Alestros?
You get revenge from me destroying you in Yu-Gi-Oh! Our whole childhood.
You really want this today?
Yeah.
You're playing Alestros today?
Yes.
You have to come into the bathroom while I'm here?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
now I'm definitely gonna beat you. Let's do this.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna show
They're high scale and low scale.
up your song. All right. High School Musical 3. And when you're done, come on here.
Alright.
All right.
We're breaking free.
So today's video, I've enlisted the help of Triff number 2.
Yes, how's it going, guys?
I'm going to teach him how to play this new game, Alestros, and I want you guys to pay attention as well. This game is absolutely amazing. I'm a little bit addicted to this game.
Where's this
I
game
play it a
coming
lot.
from?
So it's a
Out
little
of a sudden. I've never heard of it before. Is it like, has it just started?
unfair for my brother, because just like in Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm the best Yu-Gi-Oh player on the planet, and now I'm probably the best
Kickstarter,
Alestros
okay.
player on the planet. This whole video, I'm going to show you guys how amazing Alestros is, so I'm super excited to play. Also super excited to finally see my brother.
Hey guys, so I'm Triff Gaming's brother, so I've known him my whole life, and you know, I really liked having him as a brother growing up, but I never really see him anymore. Like, he's always traveling, tourneys, this and that. I mean, like the other weekend, he said we're going to Wonderland together. I'm like, cool, I gotta see my big bro, we're back at it. So I'm sitting there waiting. 30 minutes, 40 minutes, this guy doesn't show up. I get a FaceTime from him, he's like, I'm in Cuba. He's all happy, like, oh look, I'm in Cuba. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, what about me? Anyways, so when Triff tells me we're gonna play Alestros, I'm like, all right, I'm amped. What's Alestros? I gotta spend time with my bro. I'm looking forward to it. Let's get it. But I can't lie, part of me wants to stick it to him, show him, you don't got a chance against me, buddy. You're gonna leave me there, you think I'm the little bro? I'm gonna beat you at your own game.
Games are fun and all, but you guys can never forget, family will always be number one. And you know what? I probably should spend more time with my brother, as should you guys with your family as well. So I love you guys. Extremely happy for life right now. Life is absolutely extraordinary. So I hope you guys have an absolutely incredible day today. And it is my honor to give to you guys Alestros. I really think this game has potential to be like the new Yu-Gi-Oh, the new Pokemon. It has serious potential to blow up. I've had an absolute blast playing this game. So it's my honor to show you guys this game. Let's get into it.
From the highest peaks to the darkest forest and the deepest oceans, discover the enchanted mythical creatures known as Alestros. Wield the power of the gods and elemental spirits. Clash for victory. Ascend to immortality.
Bro, those are just Pokemon.
Alestros card game. Available now on Kickstarter.
So the world has just seen Alestros for the first time. If you're here for Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever, stay tuned for the whole video. You will not regret it. This is a brand new game that's gonna literally be the biggest game in the world one day. Now it's time to teach my brother how to play and teach you guys how to play. So pay close attention. I'm gonna post a link down below, a full like 40-minute guide how to do it. I'm gonna put a little few-minute guide right now how to do it, and at the end, I'm gonna whoop your ass, man.
We'll see about the last part.
Just how when we were kids, I whoop your ass in every single sports game we play. I whoop your ass.
They look like these ads you get on Facebook or something for like fake Pokemon games. You know what I mean? The ones where they're like, yeah, you can train your own pocket, whatever it's called. I don't know, like pocket minions. You know, you catch them in these I don't know, pocket balls, and yeah, you can train your pocket companions. I don't know.
And fighting. I'll whoop your ass now. An Elestral's game consists of 4 zones. You have your Elestral zones and your Rune zones. Your deck, your Spirit deck, your Stadium zone, and this is the Underworld, aka the Graveyard. In Elestral's...
Bro, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! That's Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the Yu-Gi-Oh! Field. With 4 zones.
You start your turn with 5 cards, and there are 4 phases. A draw phase, a main phase, a battle phase, and an end phase. Duel Links players are loving it. No main phase 2, baby. And the point of the game is simple. There are no life points. All you have to do is take your opponent's Spirit deck from 20 to 0. So unlike in Yu-Gi-Oh! And very similarly to Magic, cards require a mana cost. Don't worry, Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, I know you're in shambles, you just heard mana, you're like, what's mana? It's me, I'm a mana! And if you look at my 5 cards, a lot of these cards are extremely powerful, such as Nectar of the Gods. For those who don't know what this does, it's Pot of Greed. For those who don't know what that does, it draws 2 cards. So in order to just draw 2, I can't just draw 2 by itself. I need to pay the mana cost, the enchantment cost. The enchantment cost of this is 2 spirits. You can look through your spirit deck at any time. You only have 20, and you can choose which spirits you like. Between the thunder, water, wind, earth, fire, they're all your choice depending on your deck. I'm going to be removing 2 thunder spirits to trigger my Nectar of the Gods, allowing me to draw 2 cards. That's how you activate your runes. Runes, aka spells and traps, you can use as many as you like per turn, no matter how many mana/enchantment cost it costs. However, for Elestrals, you can, just like how in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can only normal once per turn, you can only cast an Elestral once per turn. And in order to do so, you have to pay the enchantment cost. You're able to summon this card in attack or defense. In Yu-Gi-Oh! You can only normal summon in attack. In Elestrals, you can cast in attack or defense, but it will require 1 Thunder Spirit as an enchantment cost to play it, and it has an effect. The effect is like Pot of Duality. It allows me to look at the top 3 cards of my deck and choose the best one and add it to my hand. Opponent summons P-Gust with an attack of 2. He is not able, just like in Yu-Gi-Oh!, if you have lower attack than my defense, you cannot kill my guy. My Spark Kit has 4 attack, so my Spark Kit is able to destroy his monster. At this point, all these cards go to his underworld, and now he has an open field. So my Ass Rabbit could attack. However, this does not mean that he loses 2 spirit points. I have 1 spirit underneath Ass Rabbit, which means that 1 spirit from his spirit zone goes to his underworld. If, however, I had, for argument's sake, 5 spirits underneath Ass Rabbit, just for argument's sake, and if I attack,
Ass Rabbit,
I will be able to get rid of 5 spirits. And the name of the game is to get your opponent's spirit cards from 20 to 0. Alec!
You don't stand a chance, brother.
But, okay. Now, so basically, you have to sacrifice your life points to play cards, spell cards, right? Which is like an interesting concept. But the problem is then after a couple turns, don't you just have like no more health left and you cannot play cards? Like the player that's ahead is just like making it so your opponent can't come back, right? Because they can't play. Maybe there's like I mean they probably have taken that into consideration, and there's like cards that recover your energy or whatever it's called.
All this talk,
it's like there is an inherent issue with snowballing, I think, here in terms of card design.
Tell me that you're the better Elestrals duelist. We both know the better Yu-Gi-Oh player. Who's the better Elestrals player?
Well,
That's me. On the table.
technically, we don't know the better Yu-Gi-Oh player. We haven't dueled since I was about 8.
Yeah, what happened when you were 8?
I don't remember. So all I'm going to say is I'm going to save the talk. I'm going to let my play do the talk. And if I beat you in this, just know I'm coming for all the belts.
All right, let's do it. So in Elestrals, to decide who goes first, we have to roll a dice. But I don't have a dice. So instead, let's arm wrestle for it. You know what, little brother? I'm the older brother. So mom will be happy if I let you decide to go first.
You know what? I appreciate that gesture. I'll go first.
Sounds good. Good luck.
Good luck.
In
to you,
Elestrals,
brother.
you draw 5 cards to start your turn. But turn player does not draw. AKA my brother. My hand's amazing.
That's okay. That's okay because I got one of the best cards, one of the most underrated Elestro cards right here. Foamy.
Foamy!
That's right, I love Foamy. I'm gonna set Foamy
Foamy.
in defense position. Its effect, when it's destroyed in battle, you can special enchant any one spirit water Elestro
Wow.
from the deck.
Okay, so you casted your Foamy in defense, similarly to Yu-Gi-Oh! Like a normal summon, but in defense.
I casted it.
And you casted it, and you used your 1 water spirit. So in Elestrals, you need, in order to normal summon or special in this game called cast, you need to expend your life points. So your spirits, or your life points are your spirit deck. You have 20 of them. So my brother now has 19 left. 1 step closer to your defeat. And look at this Foamy, ugly, 3 defense. I'll destroy it with my
about my
cards.
Foamy like that.
Your Foamy's ugly.
I love that card. No, it's not.
It's ugly.
Your
not.
Foamy is ugly.
I'll show you a beautiful card. What a handsome card. The most handsome of cards. Nectar of the Gods. So for Nectar of the Gods, this is like Pot of Greed. But I need to expend 2 of my
They even
enchantment
made it a
two
pod
spirits to trigger my Nectar
They
of the
even
Gods. So I'm
made
gonna
it a
draw
pod
2
card.
cards. And every card in my deck is better than my brother's. So now, I'm going to summon Nekruff. Nekruff, I'm going to have to... It has an enchantment cost of 1 fire spirit.
This card is good, man.
So the effect of Nekruff, it has 5 attack for
Those
only
are
1
literally
enchantment
fake
cost. This is
Pokemon.
like a 2000 attack normal summon monster in Yu-Gi-Oh! But has a great effect. Whenever it destroys a monster by battle, my opponent, aka my brother, aka the person who's about to lose a duel, aka the person with the almost cool beard as I do, but not just as cool, is gonna lose a spirit from his extra deck from his spirit deck from destroying his monster. So I'm
Is that
now,
how it works?
yeah,
Alright,
when it
yeah,
destroys
right.
an opponent's Celestial by battle, it's that happens.
attack me?
Wait a sec, you think that's all I'm gonna do?
Oh, Lord.
Do you think that's all I'm
Yo,
gonna do?
Necross support.
Next Thrift game.
Here's what's happening next. I am now gonna activate every single card, every single deck has a Divine Rune. The Divine Rune is the best card in the deck. It's like the best spell in the deck, but consider it like a continuous spell that is just always on the field, and that is Hephaestus!
Trash.
Think of like, for only an enchantment cost of 1, I have the ability to put 3 more fire spirits underneath it, and then every single turn, I will be able to utilize its effect to remove 1, but I could disenchant 1 fire spirit from Hephaestus to search my deck for an artifact. Now, an artifact is not the
okay,
artifact
that's
you
just
guys
a
are thinking
spell
of.
card
Psych will not be
exceeds.
touching the field.
Was
This
once per turn you
artifact
detach
is
and you
equivalent
add,
to an
okay.
equipped spell in Yu-Gi-Oh! Hammer of Hephaestus. So I search my Hammer of Hephaestus, and I'm going to empower my Nekruff Elestro. This does
That's an equipped
require...
spell?
This is quite a steep requirement of my fire spirits, but with these cards in the field, my Hammer of Hephaestus and my Nekruff will now be gaining 1 attack for every enchanted rune on my field, gaining its attack now to 7 attack. And on top of that, because Hephaestus is on the field, they cannot be targeted by my opponent's Elestral's effects. So having a 7 attack monster in Elestral, and it cannot be targeted?
Boy, it looks like he gave his
You're done.
opponent a starter deck
I'm
and
not gonna
just
enter
built
the battle
a
phase and
crazy
destroy your measly
Celestial
little
combo
monster.
deck for himself.
Go, Nekruff! Destroy Foamy!
So I gotta say right now, Triff's setup is looking pretty good. But rule number 1, I gotta be calm under pressure. That is pretty fire, but it's all good. So go into the
Underworld.
underworld. And let's see, what am I gonna pick here?
I like how they're using a Yu-Gi-Oh
Whoa,
mat for this.
what are you doing? This
I
has
like
an
how they
effect.
literally
That's
have
the
extra
effect.
monster
This is what I
zones
love about this
for
card,
this
as I
game,
said.
and you can literally
So
just
now
play it
I
with the
can
same
special
mat.
enchant 1 monster, 1 Elestro.
Which
with
I
an
don't know if
enchantment
that's
cost
the
of
best
1 in
possible
defense
advertising
position. Plus, I'll cast
for
one the
a
next
new
turn.
card game. It's
I'll
like,
have
yeah,
cast
all
one
you
instead of
need
1.
is this
I
Yu-Gi-Oh
just saw
play
your
mat.
Foamy was an ugly
Because
dolphin.
it's
And
like
you know what? Because
the same.
my brother keeps wanting
You
to
just
talk
like
shit
ignore
about my
one of
phone.
the zones, and
gonna bring out
yeah, you're
another
good
phone.
to go, brothers.
Show him how it's done. All right, Foamy.
Man, guys, at the
Is this
moment,
Master Rule 6?
I had to expend a lot of spirits.
How many spirits
And
do you
enchant a lot. I only have 11 spirits left in my spirit deck,
Perfect.
which does seem low, but I'm convinced with a high attack monster like Necroth, my brother will not
another
be able to
ugly
clear it when
foamy?
it cannot be targeted by Alestra's effects at 7 attack. So
It's at a 7 now, right?
yes, and it cannot be
Boston
targeted.
Bunny, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it.
Are you scared,
Welcome back.
brother?
Not at all.
Not at all.
All right.
Oh, ready?
For my turn, I will set not one, but
Wait, you can set?
2.
face down. Additionally,
Crazy Bone 44, thank you for the prime. Thank you so much.
in
Fair.
defense
They
position.
are trap cards?
Because as they say, defense wins championships.
Defense wins championships if your offense sucks. So you're a Pharaohs
And
here.
I will end my turn. Thank you.
All right, so my brother is setting up a wall.
Wait, I
which
thought
is
you
very
could
good.
only...
You know, it's similar to Yu-Gi-Oh! You have to set
I thought you could only normal summon once per turn. Didn't you just normal summon twice?
up a wall when your opponent clearly is the superior player at the game. So I'm going
Oh, those are called baits. Oh, they're not trap cards. Okay, sorry. He sets 2 baits face down. Oh, it was... Oh, okay. I forgot about... Oh, sorry, chat. I didn't read Foamy Effect. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. Elestral players and reading, right? Kick W. Am I right? Yeah. Elestral players and reading.
to draw 1 card because it's my turn and I could do that. Now I'm going to go to my main phase. I have a few plays I can do here, brother. And they all spell disaster for you. I'm going to play my stadium card. My stadium rune. Volcanic Forge. So Illustrals, you can only have 1 stadium rune per turn, similar to a field spell from 2007. So the effect of Volcanic Forge, all Illustrals in the field gain 1 attack and 1 defense.
Bro, a stadium card that doesn't even add a card from deck to hand? How boring is that, dude? That's not good stadium card design. Every stadium has to add.
For each
Kinda bad.
enchanting fire spirit. Last time I checked, doesn't water beat fire? Not when I play, because you don't gain anything. But my Necroth now gains an attack of a lot. It's at 8.
Ooh.
Yes. My next move,
What's its defense?
1. 2.
Nice.
Yes. My next move,
Yes, nice, yes.
I am going to use Hephaestus' special.
Detach 1 from Hephaestus effect.
I'm not going to disenchant a fire spirit underneath Hephaestus because it's a divine rune and I can do that. And I'll add an artifact. I will search for an artifact from my deck to my hand.
Okay. That's
All
no
right.
problem.
Do you like this hammer of Hephaestus?
It's good for now.
Because
Good for now.
let's get on another hammer of Hephaestus.
Oh.
What happens? I have a question. If they detach from Hephaestus and I chain MST to it, does it resolve or not? Like, does it have to stay on the board to
I'll
resolve
save this in my hand for a rainy day
or nah?
because you're playing a water deck. And next, I will summon. This is brother. This is all for you. Your guys do have quite a lot of defense there, but there'll be no match for my Valkyries. Valkyries' ability. This Valkyries gains 1 attack for every enchanting fire on the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 attack. Plus 1, 11. So that means that my Valkyries is at 11 attack.
That's it?
That also means that my Necroth will be at 1, 2, 3, 4. It's at 9, 11, and 9. You scared, brother?
I'm not scared at all.
Look at my field. I will now enter the battle phase. You love your foamy so much, right? You love your foamy so much, right? We'll like him in the graveyard. Valkyries, kill him.
No problem. Let me just activate Foamy's effect. You can gain 1 more monster for my defensive battleground. As you can see, my spirit deck still remains stronger than yours, and that's why I'm going to beat you. Are you done your turn yet?
Yeah, I'm done. When it goes to the battle phase, there's no main phase 2. So every Duel Links player watching this definitely loves this game. I'll go to end phase. Your turn, brother.
All right.
What is going on? I mean, I understand it so far.
You can ask
Like,
at
I
any
do
time.
understand
Yes.
it.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think that's the one thing you cannot say about this is
I have
that it's
16.
hard to
16?
understand.
I'm
It's
9.
like
So my brother's winning
hard.
the spirit battle, but
You're winning. There we go.
So
it's similar
far.
to Yu-Gi-Oh!
Which
Life
isn't a
points don't
good
matter
thing,
until
by
you get
the
to
way.
0. So spirit decks don't matter until you get to 0. So I don't care about. I can have 1. I have the more superior field. So this is looking bad for you.
I draw.
Yes, I have 5 cards in my hand. You have 3.
Oh.
It doesn't feel that exciting.
This isn't good for you.
It's not good for you.
Oh, this is not good for you right now. Let me just start by doing something right here real quick.
All right.
I activate Tsunami.
Huh?
That's right. Tsunami means that I can flip all the non-water enchanted monsters in defense.
What?
So you thought your attack was really good. And now I have to pay the cost.
Oh my god. You pay your enchantment cost of 1 water spirit, so all they go to defense and it doesn't target?
A small cost for a great
Oh,
reward.
no.
So what's your defense out here? It's defensive 2, defensive 3.
2 and
Triff is
3.
literally an anime
No.
character.
Wait, you guys are 2
At
attacks.
this point.
We're okay. That's
And
2 attack.
next-
What a baby. 2 attack.
I'll summon
I had 2 attack when I was 2.
Veritaqua. And
I had to
I'll enchant
attack
him
when
with-
I was 2.
I'll cast and enchant him with a water spirit. Now again, I just want to clarify, in our decks, we have water, earth, fire, wind, thunder. The reason I want to choose a water spirit is because then I can use his effect. I can still use one of the other spirits and cast him, but I won't be able to use this great effect, which is when this Veritaqua attacks a defense Celestial, you destroy that Celestial and negate its effect.
Man, if I didn't have such big biceps, I'd be so scared right now.
My
Try
Pharaoh-
to Poseidon.
That's right.
Oh, no.
This will raise my Pharaoh's attack
No!
to 4. A Pharaoh's
Don't do it!
enter the battle phase.
Don't do it.
Eliminate this
No!
stupid one right here.
No!
Veritaqua. Get rid of Decroft right now.
Oh,
And I'll
no.
end my turn. Oh, how the tides
Oh, my.
shifted.
I see what you did there.
That's what it is.
Oh, no.
Beautiful. So, just to clarify, Trident of Poseidon, that's basically the same thing that he had, the Hammer of Hephaestion, where now I can gain 2 attack, thus having enough to send him to the underworld.
That's really scary, man. I'll
Sorry,
be so scared. Yo, I didn't have another Necro!
No.
I'll enter the battle phase. Necroft, destroy Aphoros. And Necroft's special ability, you will now need to expend an additional spirit from your spirit deck.
I'll choose to expend a fire one. Fire one you die as well.
Thank you. Thank
So,
you. Hey, can I have it? I need some fire spirits.
Hell no.
No.
My fire spirits.
We're brothers.
Sorry.
It's okay. I will pass my turn.
I will say, I probably had a tactical error there, spending so much spirits to empower a weak Celestial.
You should have saved your resources to power your strong Celestials. Lucky for me, all my Celestials are powerful. My deck is best. Because my deck is a Tornado deck.
I understand that, but at the end of the day, I still don't like that Decroft, and I want him again. I want him out of
Don't mind if I skip ahead a little bit.
Attack directly. That's,
At this point, I just want to
I'm
see
so
who
sorry.
won.
What are you laughing at?
Listen, I appreciate when you put a lot of effort. Only one at a time, so yours goes straight to where it belongs. Next up,
It also means that my Colby goes down to 4.
your Clovey goes down to 4, that's right. And I'll put this down, that's for next turn, and I will summon Glauby.
Glauby!
Here's how I'm gonna do this.
Glauby. They look so goofy. They are all just fake Pokemon. There's no way, dude. What the hell? This is just like boneless Gastrodon.
I will take Vipro, the spirit from Cinder, and I'll add another Vipro spirit, and I will summon Glauby. Now, you guys might be thinking, how can I do that if it's not a water? That's okay. All it means is it's misenchanted. That means I can't use its effect, but its attack and defense stats stay the same. With Atlantis, its attack is now at 6. That means Clovey, back to the underworld. Out of here.
No! I got 2 spirits.
And I end my turn.
So my last spirit's gone. I can't even summon no more. Summons the next attack I lose. I can't play no cards.
I have no
Because all
cards.
require spirits.
So what are you doing?
I have to pass my turn.
I draw.
No! I have no spirits when I don't attack. You win when you attack with no spirits left.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Glauby.
Wait! Before you attack. I will jump off this ledge if you attack. I'll jump off this ledge if you attack. Don't attack.
Hold on.
Glauby, attack.
From the highest peaks to the darkest forest.
Alright, Triff lost. Triff lost. Okay, so in all honesty, I don't know what to think of this yet. I don't know. It seemed a little bit simple, but to be fair, most card games, if you play them for the first time with like beginner decks, are super simple, right? Like I remember playing the Digimon TCG, for example. I got into that with my fiance for a while, and when we got the starter decks for the first time, that was really simple. But then, like, you know, it gets more complicated the deeper you get in there. So like, and like, first couple of years of Yu-Gi-Oh were incredibly simple, and that changed and got better. You know, all the tutorials in every game are supposed to be simple, so it's alright. I don't know. It's not something, honestly, if I started playing this, or like if I saw this video, it doesn't make me want to play it for like really badly. But like, I mean, if anyone wants to try it and then ends up liking it, that's also cool. It's not something that I personally think is like insane right now, but from what I've seen, but like could be okay. Yeah, maybe next set they will put Mystic Mine and then it's just hype as fuck. Anyways. MBT's gameplay video was pretty good. Yeah, okay. We're not gonna make an Alestral stream now. I just don't have the desire in my life right now to play another card game, if anything. Like, because whenever it comes to card games, I become very, very competitive very, very fast, and I don't have the time to play that many. Like, playing like Legends of Runeterra and Yu-Gi-Oh at the same time is like almost impossible. As well as, like, you know, we played Digimon for a while, but we had to stop doing that too. Whenever I play a game that isn't Yu-Gi-Oh, I like to take it a little bit less serious, and I'm not really good at that with card games, right? Like, which is why I'm also super looking forward to the Pokemon release on Friday, which I'm gonna stream. I hope people enjoy it. I know most of you watch me for the Yu-Gi-Oh, but I hope that some are here because they enjoy the vibes, and if you're also a Pokemon fan, then you might enjoy those streams too. So yeah, I hope it's gonna be enjoyable, but we'll see. When will you be live on Friday? Probably as soon as the thing comes in the mail, the game, right? As soon as the game comes, I'll be live, or I'll set everything up on Thursday and then try to go live as soon as I can, you know, basically. David Amagri, thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Welcome everybody. We are about to start talking about the Tier 0 format. So, enough with the little off-topic stuff for today. Let me pull up something as a reference as well. This is the format right now. This is the current Yu-Gi-Oh format. YCS Dortmund, top 64, 75% element. YouTube video? I don't know if this is gonna make a YouTube video. I just wanted to have a discussion because I've been asked a lot, or like people have been asking a lot, you know, do you think there should be an emergency ban list? Do you think this format is fine? Do you like this format? Do you think it should change? What should change, if anything? And I figured it would be a good discussion. I don't want to have this as a monologue. I want this to be an interactive kind of thing, so feel free to take part in chat, because I do think it's not only my perception that matters. The first thing is, why not just a normal ban list? That's a good point. That's also what I said in the Lithium interview. In case you haven't seen it yet, Lithium did a vlog, or a vlog, I guess. Lithium did a vlog at Dortmund where he interviewed me and some other players, and one of his questions was like, do you think there's going to be an emergency ban list? To which I said, it wouldn't have to be an emergency ban list, would it? Because it could just be a regular ban list, because we don't have a set date for the next ban list, right? There's no like, no sooner than September or no sooner than January or whatever. So they can just drop a ban list at any point, right? So the one thing I want to do is like talk about whether there should be a ban list right now or shouldn't be. What makes a good format and what doesn't. Define a good format for me and in general. And also when I expect that to happen, or when I think it should happen, right? Now, let me start this off by saying I think that the definition of what is a good and healthy format changes a lot depending on who you ask and what your way of playing the game is, right? How you approach Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I'm gonna say this straight up. For me, as a highly competitive player, the only thing that really, really matters is whether the better player wins more often than not, right? The more often I can win as being like a good player the happier I am, right? Which basically means I want the game to be as skillful as possible from two aspects. Because there's two major aspects that go into doing well at a tournament. The one is building a good deck, and the other is playing that deck well, right? Those are the two major factors that you have to be good at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Of course, there's like smaller things that matter, but like for the most part, it's like, how do you choose a good deck? How do you build that deck? And then how do you play it? Those are the things that matter. And the less variance, the less luck is a factor, the more I like it, right? The more I like it. And what also plays into that is the dice roll. You know, not having to go first right now in a meta game is nice, because otherwise, you know, the worst player might end up winning because he won the dice roll, right? And that's not what we want, right? We want the better player to win. Not always, because then we might as well play chess. Like, some luck is okay, but like the question is how much, right? How much luck do we want to be in the game? And I think that's, from a competitive standpoint, that's obviously the thing, right? Up to a certain point, zero RNG has bad cons. I mean, yeah, the game isn't exciting without luck, right? Completely without luck, that's what I'm saying. We don't have to play Yu-Gi-Oh for that, right? People like chess. I like watching chess sometimes. But like, we've decided to play a card game. There should be some luck factor in card games. There should be randomness in card games. There's nothing too wrong with that. It's just, to a certain degree, you should be able to outplay your opponent or build better decks than your opponent, and get rewarded for it. That's what I think. And I mean, people might disagree with that. From my competitive perspective, that's what makes a format good. Is like, if the better player can be rewarded for deck building and playing well, that is basically all there is to a good format. Now, of course, that is only the competitive side of things, right? That's only the competitive side of things, because that is what I experience as a hyper-competitive player entering all these tournaments, right? But there's also a lot of people that play Yu-Gi-Oh! And, of course, help keeping this game alive, that have other approaches to playing the game, right? There are people that support Yu-Gi-Oh! Without ever going to a YCS, right? They play at home, they play with their friends, they only go to locals, whatever. They only collect, or whatever, right? And they are also part of the community, also part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Player base. Even though you don't see them at like the YCS top tables, they are part of the community. And they should also be included in these discussions, right? And so, what I hear from these players a lot of the time is like, oh, I don't like this format because it's too, it's not diverse, right? It's not diverse. There's only one good deck. Everything else gets crushed by that deck. And like right now, for example, I would argue that we have a tier 0 format, with Tearlament being the absolute best deck right now. I tried for YCS Dortmund to find something that consistently beats it. I did not find it. I was not able to find a better deck than Ishizu Tier for YCS Dortmund. And that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I just didn't find it. I think it's very hard to find. I think even if it exists, it's not very obvious and might never be found. Which is a concern that I understand for some people. However, I mean, on the other hand, some people that are more casual about the game, why would they care, right? If you're not trying to, if you're not try hard, if you're not trying to win, why do you care that like Ishizu Tier is the best deck and nothing else is that great? Well, I mean, but like even casuals enjoy winning from time to time, even though they don't try as hard, right? Even though they don't try as hard, if they go to a locals, it still doesn't feel good to be crushed all 6 rounds, right? You'd still it still is a different feeling, right? Playing against the same deck 5 times and losing 5 times is still different than playing against a couple of different decks, maybe having a chance against some of them because they're not that broken. I think we can all agree that that's a different thing, a different experience, right? Like, for example, comparing this format to the format that we had at German Nationals, which was the one before Power of the Elements, which I considered to be and I'm not exaggerating, I consider the format before Power of the Elements, from a competitive standpoint, one of the worst formats we've ever had. In all my almost 20 years now of playing this game, I think the format we had at this year's national season was truly awful. It was truly awful because it was too diverse from a competitive standpoint, and all the decks had very different ways to play the game. It was like, there was Branded, there was Sword Soul, there was Adventure that always tried to Scythe Block you, there was Drytron, there was Flunder, there was Predaplants, there was Therion Punk, there was Pure Punk, there was Libromancer, there was whatever, right? And it's like, there was Marincess. I don't think Mathmech was out yet. That's Power of the Elements. Mathmech wasn't out yet. But Marincess was a thing. And like, that format was very diverse. But from a competitive standpoint, it was awful. It was awful because you couldn't prepare for this metagame where there was so many different decks that all functioned so differently that no matter what you did, you would be prepared against some of them, not prepared against the others. And just had no control over how your tournament would go because it heavily depended on who you were facing, what the matchups were that you got. Because like, okay, maybe you play the hand traps that are good against Flunder, and then like you play against no Flunders the entire time, and you sit there with like the wrong cards in your deck, or like you played like, I don't know, DD Crow because it's really good against Despia, and then you don't face a single Despia, or like, you know, you're really afraid of Drytron, and so you play cards against Drytron, then you don't see Drytron. It was very, very weird. It was very, very weird and very, very bad. On top of that, some of the decks were also just really ignorant, right? Like Sword Soul was okay, but like Drytron was very ignorant, Flunder is ignorant, Scythe Lock decks were super ignorant. And then Sword Soul and Despia were cool, but then there was Dimensional Barrier that made them all like, whenever you went second, it's like it was awful to play those decks, as well as Anti-Spell in every single side deck. I honestly, hands down, I cannot remember a format that I enjoyed as little as that one. I really can't. I'm not trying to exaggerate. I really cannot remember a format that I liked less than that one. And then on the other hand, though, I can also understand the people that are more casual that enjoyed that one more. Because if you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Casually, would you rather go to locals and be beaten 5 times by Ishizu tier because that deck is freaking insane? Or would you rather go to locals and play 5 rounds against 5 different decks where realistically, you actually have a chance of beating some of those decks with like tier 2 decks, right? Or rogue decks, right? Because, you know, you face Sword Soul. That deck wasn't that broken. You can go first against Sword Soul and win with your rogue deck. That wasn't impossible, right? Whereas like against Ishizu tier, probably not possible. Probably not possible to sneak out a win in 2 out of 3 games against Ishizu tier, because like deck is just too powerful for that, right? And so I can understand why, for some people, these more diverse formats are more fun than others, right? What kind of locals is full of Ishizu tier? I was exaggerating, right? Maybe not full of Ishizu tier, but I went to locals in Frankfurt and they have meta decks. They have meta decks for sure, especially if you like win the first or second round, then you know there's tiers 100%. Like maybe not if you play like a 10-player locals or something in a very small shop, but like in bigger locals, I'd say you face meta a decent amount of the time, especially if you maybe have the hopes of going X1 or XO at some point. So like, you know, and that all of those things out of the way, this is also just the playing perspective. I want to throw something else into the discussion here, which is something that I experienced for the first time really in this format when we watched YCS Pasadena, which is Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not only about playing the game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also about how watchable is this game, right? How watchable is this game? When you're tuning into the stream, because the streams for the YCS events are, I think, one of the biggest advertisements for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that, like, some people are hanging out on the internet, seeing, oh, there's a tournament going on, and then, like, checking it out and wanting to play the game as well. And I am honestly not sure this format, if you tune into these live streams as a beginner, and they show you an Ishizu tier mirror, I don't think many people want to play after that, right? And once again, you have to put yourself in the position of someone that doesn't know what's going on, right? Or like doesn't know very well what's going on. Because of course, for me at this point, if I watch an Ishizu tier mirror between two very good players, I can enjoy it, right? Because I understand what they're doing. I can appreciate the thought process behind it. I see what their options are. I'm like, okay, he decided to only activate, out of the 5 cards he milled, he only activated that one for that or whatever reason, you know. But I think if you watch like big portions of YCS Pasadena or YCS Dortmund as a new player, I think you get a little bit I don't think it's okay that it's confusing. I think it's okay that it's confusing. I just think that if it's tier 0 only, right? If it's tier 0 and you see you see one deck all the time, I think from the casual watching perspective, that just makes a bad impression. It just makes a bad first impression if you don't see any variety, right? It just makes it so it makes the game seem unbalanced. And I don't think people want to join then, right? I think that is one of the things that's worth mentioning. But with that being said, I think it's just I just wanted to make it clear that when I say I like or dislike the format or whatever, or I say, you know, this should change, they should change that, or they should not change that, I think it's very important to keep in mind that you only ever have that opinion from your perspective, right? And there's a lot of, the Yu-Gi-Oh community is huge, and there's a lot of people that play this game or enjoy this game from different perspectives and different situations, right? Where like not everyone is hyper competitive, not everyone is a casual, not everyone is someone that goes to local once a week, so not everyone goes to YCSs, all that kind of stuff. Can you share the spreadsheet? Exclamation mark spreadsheet in chat. There's a command for it. Yeah, that being said, I don't think there is an argument to be made right now. I think it's 100% a tier 0 metagame. Tier 0, I don't think it has an official definition of like, okay, you need this many in top cut for it to be tier 0. I can only speak from my experience. At YCS Dortmund, I have played 18 matches of Yu-Gi-Oh! And 13 of those were against tier limits. 13 out of 18 matches for me were Ishizu tier. 75% of top cut is Ishizu tier, and 7 Ishizu tier in top 8, I think speaks a very, very clear language. 65% or more is tier 0. Okay, whoever, I guess let me know who made that number up. I don't know what the official definition of tier 0 is. To my understanding, for me personally, tier 0 means that you either play this deck or you have a worse chance of doing well with any other deck. And I think that's the case, I guess. It doesn't really matter if there is. I don't think it matters whether there is an official definition for tier 0 or not. I think anyone with their head in the right place would not argue with the fact that this is a tier 0 format, right? Now, ban instant fusion smile. Amen. Okay, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. it is a tier 0 format. I personally, and once again, keep in mind, I'm saying that from my perspective, I don't hate this format. I don't hate this format. I don't love it either. There have been people that were like, oh, I love this format so much. Tier mirrors are insane. I like this format. I don't love it. I think it's okay right now for a few reasons. I'll say the reasons why I like this format is because most of the matches I played, for example, at YCS Dortmund, were definitely decided by people making misplays or suboptimal plays in the tier limit mirror match. The tier limit mirror match is not bad. The tier limit mirror match is actually quite good. Dweller is a problem. Absolutely. But to be honest, no deck or no format really ever has like no problems these days, right? Exclamation mark spreadsheet for the document link. Yeah, there is. I think the problems we have right now are relatively small, like in terms of single problem cards. Like Dweller is probably the biggest problem card, but honestly, I've had maybe 3 games decided by Dweller. Maybe 4 games in Dortmund out of all, and I say games, not matches, like literally games that were decided by Dweller. Not many others. And I think I won more games against Dweller than I lost to it. Like when my opponent went first and made a Dweller, I think I won more often than I'd lost. So I consider Dweller a problematic card, but it's like not that bad right now because everyone plays Bestials. So like if they want to go Dweller, they basically don't have a board with it, and then you just run over it, and you know it's fine. Like I think I actually didn't feel like Dweller was that big of a deal, but yeah. Instant Fusion is another problem card, but we can we can talk about what cards should be banned in a second. I just want to talk about the format in general. I think the reason why the Ishizu mirror is the Ishizu tier mirror is somewhat okay, or at least what I enjoyed most, is I felt like, and that is literally the biggest takeaway I have from YCS Dortmund, is that the dice roll, it did not matter. It did not matter every time. Like sometimes it mattered, but the amount of games that were decided by the dice roll was very, very low for me in this YCS. Or like in general, the games that someone won only because they went first and otherwise would have definitely lost was not very high. Especially in the Ishizu tier mirror. Like, because the Ishizu deck just happens to have so many interactions going second on the first turn, right? You have Havnis, Bestials, Kelbeck, Herald, whatever. Like, there's so much stuff going on going second that, like, I felt like most of the time we just ended up doing a grind game. No matter who went first, it was a grind game pretty much every time, basically. But, yeah. Regardless of all this, my biggest issue with this format is something that maybe that's not an issue for many people. Maybe that's like not an issue for a lot. But for me personally, I hated deck building for this format. I don't enjoy the deck building aspect right now. I hate that I uploaded a deck profile to my channel where I literally felt like I could do nothing special. I'm not showing off anything special other than showing you what type of ratios I decided on, right? Of course, like there's decisions to be made in deck building, and you can make good decisions and bad decisions still. But the gap between a good Ishizu tier list and a bad Ishizu tier list is not very big, right? I personally like that, right? Some people don't like that. Like some people are like, oh, I'm happy. I don't have the time to deck build that much, to innovate, to find something new, something spicy, right? Some people just want to be like, okay, I'm happy that I can play a standard list and do well with it. That's okay. And if that's your take on the situation, that's totally fine. For me personally, as someone, I mean, I consider myself a good deck builder, right? I do consider myself a good deck builder, and I think this time around I couldn't use that to my advantage because, like, I didn't find anything. Ishizu tier was so powerful that I just wasn't able to innovate on top of it. And then, like, maybe you could have found, like, a couple tech cards for the Ishizu tier mirror, maybe. But, like, I don't know. I felt like it was a little weird this time around. The deck building portion. The playing portion, I was happy with. The playing, the technical play portion, I was happy with. Because I do think it's a format where the better player wins the Ishizu tier mirror more often than the other player. It's not a 50-50. It's very far from that, and that's a good thing, I believe. Which is fine. And this is why overall I'm fine with the format. I don't think it's insane. I don't think it's like crazy good, but it's definitely an okay format. Or like a good format. It's not the best format ever, but I think it's a good format. With that being said, would I like to play another YCS in the same format? Even though I wouldn't hate my chances, I think the chances would be okay if I went to another YCS right now, played Ishizu tier again. Probably okay, but I don't really want to. I don't really feel like I would like that, to be honest. And I might also be like, I don't know, if I would have liked another format if I actually felt like there was a lot of innovation still to be done, but I'm not sure like what that would be right now. But yeah, I guess it's that's my take on the metagame. I think it would be good if it changed for the reasons that I mentioned, even though I don't think it's a bad format. Not even playing something more rogue just to test how far you can go. I mean, that would be an interesting experiment, but if anything, I would want to play rogue in a format where I would see a bigger chance for it. Like right now, rogue, honestly, like, it's so hard to beat Ishizu tier. The deck is so good. Can you talk about the things you tried? We can talk about some of it, maybe tomorrow, yeah. Anyways, I believe that I believe the game should change, mostly because not because the gameplay is bad, but because the I think the tier limit strategy is a little bit too oppressive, and I think that is a reasonable argument why I think a lot of like casual players or whatever. Like, there's never been a format ever since I've only done content creation for like not even a year yet, but there's not been a video where as many people have said, "Oh, I'm gonna stop playing for a while," like under my Ishizu tier video, right? Or under the Ishizu card video that I made, right? I feel like that's a sentiment in the community that you can't ignore, right? It's like, yeah, okay, for the top players it's a fine format, but like for a lot of people it's not, right? Because the format does get stale if there's not much innovation in deck building and there's a clear best deck. These two things together lead to every tournament being the same, right? Like YCS Dortmund literally was the same as YCS Pasadena. There was nothing special that happened at YCS Dortmund. There was an Eteria deck in top 64, sure. There's a Pendulum deck in top 16. But like, in the grand scheme of things, nothing changed. Nothing changed. No one innovated on Ishizu tier, right? The Ishizu tier lists in Top Cut were almost all the exact same. And moving forward, I don't predict that to change much, right? Like moving forward into, I don't know, YCS Costa Rica, I don't think anything happens, right? Yeah, okay, there's a Medolce, which is cool, but like, it's not, that's not what normally, like, you know, I don't know. Yeah. And that is why I think some stuff should change. Not because the format is bad, but because the format, like, I think we just need some fresh air, right? Because it's not like tier limits is a new thing either. Right? Like, it's not like tier just came out and is now dominating. Like, people have been playing against tier since Power of the Elements now. Which, it was fine in Power of the Elements format. It was also fine in Darkwing Blast format. It's not fine anymore. But it's just like, the Ishizu tier deck isn't even new. Right? It's like, it's just a more powerful version of a deck that we already had. Tier is not the problem. Tier is absolutely part of the problem. The Ishizu cards are a problem, but even without Magnificent Mavens, we would have to change something about tier limits. Because the deck was already probably, like, Sprite and Tier were already by far the best decks before Ishizu. The Ishizu cards are only the reason that now it's only tier limits. Before it was Tier and Sprite, now it is only tier limit. But tier limit is definitely part of the problem. 100%. Tier limit cards are, I think tier limits are too powerful. Tier as a deck isn't so degen. It's not about being degen. Like I said, the format isn't bad. The decks are not degen. But you still need change after a while, and you wouldn't get change if you just hit the Ishizu cards. Then we just go back to Sprite and Tier. No one plays anything else. There's no reason to play anything else. You just play Sprite and Tier and call it a day. Why would you ever play something else? And then, like, after a while, that would get boring, even though it's not oppressive or anything, like, not crazy. But, like, we would just go back to the same decks as before, right? And so I guess my DB has already locked me out. I want to talk about some potential changes with you guys. And see what we would change. So, like I said, I believe that we should somehow, we have to talk about Ishizu Tier, right? We have to talk about Ishizu Tier, which in my opinion is split up into 3 separate portions of hits that you need to do, or that I think should be done. The first hit that should be done, that doesn't even have anything to do with Ishizu Tier, is Instant Fusion. I believe that Instant Fusion has shown that it's too powerful, regardless of tier limits or anything else. I think Instant Fusion is too powerful and has been abused way too much. The only acceptable usage of Instant Fusion that I have seen is if you just want a body for, like, certain combos as an extender. Like when they used Instant Fusion to summon, like, a warrior to make Isold or something. That is a fine usage of Instant Fusion that I can get behind. But we have Ready Fusion for that. They made Ready Fusion, and they even made Instant Contact for that as well. Like, Instant Contact can also get you, like, set different levels or whatever. I think Ready Fusion is literally a fair version of Instant Fusion. That isn't even bad. Like, of course, in comparison to Instant Fusion, it's bad, but Ready Fusion has seen play. I've seen decks combo off with Ready Fusion because they wanted, like, the vanilla tuner or the level 2 or whatever. Ready Fusion is a playable card. Instant Fusion is too powerful. Right? Like, Ready Fusion is fine. If you really just want an extender, you can play Ready Fusion. That works. But Instant Fusion is just crazy, because whenever you play Instant Fusion, cards are ridiculous. That is the first thing I would change about Ishizu Tier. It wouldn't change anything about the dominance of the deck, of course. Like, even if they just banned Instant Fusion, everyone would still play Ishizu Tier. And so the other 2 portions of the deck that they have to hit is, we have to hit the Ishizu engine, and we have to hit tier limits. Hitting one of the 2 is not enough, because even if you kill tier limits, even if tier limit doesn't exist, the Ishizu cards still have insane abusing potential, right? They are still so abusable in so many different decks. Because milling 5 is just crazy. We know that from Chaos Ruler. So like I think the Ishizu cards need to be hit, and I think the Teal Elements card would be hit. So for Teal Elements, I have thought a lot about what they could do. And I have reached a couple of conclusions that I think could be done. I personally think the best card in Teal Elements that should probably never have been printed. Like the card out of all these that I look at and be like, and I'm like, that card was an absolute mistake, is Kid Kalos. I think Kid Kalos is by far the most ridiculous Teal Element card out of all of these. But actually, I should change sides. You can't see the cards I'm looking at. I know that Kid Kalos will not get banned because it's like it would be weird for Rule Kalos, for example, to require a Kid Kalos and be legal. I think that's a weird thing. But I do think Kid Kalos is too core to the engine and will probably not be hit, even though that's what I would do. I would pull the trigger on Kid Kalos. I think that card is ridiculous. I think any of the other Teal Element monsters are not strong enough to warrant a ban. Even though... Okay, how do I phrase this? I think something like banning Merly. Unironically, ban Merly because it's a level 2. And banning Merly would make it so you only have 2 fusions per turn instead of 3. Banning Merly or Havness or Sharon or whatever would be good, right? The problem is they don't always do the best possible ban, right? So I guess this is a borderline. If it was about a wish list, I would say yeah, we can ban Merly. But do you really think they will do that? Do you really think they ban Merly? I can't see that happening. I honestly don't see that happening ever. Because, and I understand it too, because like, looking at this card in comparison to other cards on the ban list, in a vacuum, like on itself, this card is not ban worthy. This card is only ban worthy because all of the stuff that's surrounding it, right? It's a level 2 normal summon that mills 3 cards. And when it's sent to the graveyard, it makes a fusion. It's like, it's not ban worthy, I think. And I think by that philosophy, I don't think it's getting banned. Even though from the concept of Teal Elements, it would be a very strong hit. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think the synergy with Elf and Sprint is of course huge, but if anything, they would have to, ban Sprint or Elf. I think that would be more reasonable. Uncle Ollie, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you so much. I think... Okay, wait. Another card that we should include in this discussion is Pearl Rhino. Pearl Rhino is a card that... I'm frustrated with Pearl Rhino. I think the design on Pearl Rhino is careless as hell. Like, honestly, Pearl Rhino is the one card in this format, next to Instant Fusion, that I feel like is actually like completely game deciding in the mirror match. If one player has Pearl Rhino and the other one doesn't, you're fighting such an uphill battle. It's not unwinnable, but it's so hard. This card alone gives like the worst player a freaking huge edge. Like literally, when I was beating a worse player with Pearl, if they had Pearl Rhino and I didn't, it was literally because they used it wrong or they forgot to use it most of the time. It's like they popped the wrong card or they forgot that they can like pop their own card, you know, like on my turn, I don't know, pop their Kaleido Heart or something instead of popping my card. It was very, very often. Had they just used the Pearl Rhino pop in the correct situation, they would easily win the game. And that's honestly what it is about Pearl Rhino. Pearl Rhino is insane. Pearl Rhino, I don't think it gets banned, even though it should be. I think it should be banned, but I think it's going to get limited. That's my prediction. And then, that's obviously not enough. Right? I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough. I think something else needs to happen to the Tearlament engine. Which, really quick chat, what have they done in the OCG? Was it only Havness? Was it only Pearl Rhino and Havness, or have they done something else? I mean, yeah, Ishizu. I'm not talking Ishizu. I'm talking Tearlament cards. Just 2 Havness and 1 Pearl Rhino. Now, chat, please ignore the Ishizu cards in this upcoming discussion for a second. Imagine a world before Ishizu. 1 Pearl Rhino and 2 Havness. Is that enough? 1 if yes, 2 if it needs more. Pure, like Tearlaments. 1 if that's enough, 2 if it needs more. Because to me, honestly, that doesn't feel like it's enough. I don't think that's enough, honestly. If you do that and leave Sprite, it's tier 0 again. I mean, we talk about Sprite separately. That's when we are not only going to discuss the changes to Ishizu tier that we would make. We are also, after that, I plan on doing a little talk about if we hit Ishizu tier the way we do in this list, what else do we have to hit to prevent like tier 0 in a different way, right? Like, we are also going to talk about Sprite. We are also going to talk about, you know, Flunder and other stuff after. I just want to start with Ishizu tier. I personally don't think 1 Pearl Rhino and 2 Havness is enough. Maybe 1 Havness. I think maybe 1 Pearl Rhino, 1 Havness could be okay. Simply because if you hit the Tearlament names from the fusion names, the Havness, Merle, Sharon, if you go from a total of 9 cards down to 7, you do change the odds when milling a decent amount, right? You do change the odds when milling to hit your 1 Havness. But I'm not sure if that's enough. And that's why I think that's why out of the 3 names, I like hitting Havness the most. It's because Havness is the most annoying card also when you go first against them, right? Like, Havness going second is definitely the best Tearlament, right? And so I think overall, I think it's the best tier. Have we talked about a Merle ban? We have. My take on a Merle ban is that it would be a good thing. I think it would be a good decision from a game design perspective. I don't think it's realistic though. So in a wish list, I would just say ban Merly and leave Havness alone. But in a more realistic approach, I think this way around is gonna happen. What about these guys? What happens here? What happened in the OCG, by the way? They did one Agido, right? Which is, honestly, can we take a second to think about how useless it is to limit Agido? Can we take a deep breath and think about how useless it is to do one Agido? Like, literally, the majority of people right now play 0 or 1 Agido. It's such a dumb decision to limit Agido. This thing is the best one of all of them. I honestly think both of these should be limited. I'm not gonna take it easy on these Ishizu cards. I think they are way too busted. I think both shufflers should be limited. And I would throw in Kelbeck as well. I don't care. Leave Agido alone because he sucks. But these three should have never been created even. They should have never been created, I think. Nah. I think Kelbeck being a mill 5 plus a hand trap is not okay. I could live with this. I could live with 1 Keldo, 1 Mudora, but honestly, better be safe than sorry. Throw this guy in there too. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Just put him there. Just put him. Just do it. Don't care. There's no way they're gonna hit all of these cards. I think there is a way they hit. I mean, okay. If they release a ban list without Ishizu cards, they've lost their mind. They've lost their mind if they release a ban list without Ishizu cards. There's no chance. Those cards, even if they hit tier limits right now, the Kelbeck and Agido could definitely still become a problem at some point. So I would like to preemptively limit Keldo as well. Kelbeck. You're not gonna change my mind, chat. I want all of these to be on the ban list. All 3 of these should be there. You cannot convince me otherwise. They honestly, they might even ban. I would even mind banning them. But nah. And that's what I would do. At the minimum, I would do this. I would at minimum ban instant, limit Perla Rhino, limit Havness, not semi-limit, and limit all 3 of these. Herald of the Orange Light, I don't think should be the one. It's a very powerful card, but I think Herald of the Orange Light, whenever you discard a fairy without a graveyard effect, isn't that good. Like, there's a good reason why no one on Earth has played Herald of the Orange Light before. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's a good card, but I don't know if it should be here. And then, okay, now I want to just so we have some sort of agreement here, chat. Just imagine, ban Instant Fusion, limit Perla Rhino, limit Havness, limit Keldo, limit Mudora, and limit Kelbeck. Is Tearlament still a problem? 1 in chat if it's still a problem. 2 if you think that's fine. Okay. I'm seeing mostly 2s. I'm seeing mostly 2s, which I'm like, I kind of agree with it. I think that's how you can tell that it's not the worst set of hits, is like, it's not obviously dead, I think. And that's a good thing. I'm not trying to completely murder the deck, right? And make everyone that paid money for Ishizu cards and Pearl Rhinos super mad. But I think it's okay. This is too much for a single ban list? It's not. Look at what happened these last couple months with Tearlaments. It's not too much. Konami will not hit Pearl Rhino. They have to, I think. Unless they ban a name, I think not hitting Pearl Rhino is like criminal. Okay, now that I think we have reached an agreement. I think most people said 2 on the previous question. I think we've reached the agreement that Ishizu Tearlament problem would be solved with this. The deck, maybe it's not dead, but I don't think it's a problem anymore. With these changes, what else do we need to hit in order to make it fine? We have to think, the first things that come to mind is Sprite, Flunder, and Bestials. Let us start with Bestials. Now, I'm going to throw some arguments in the room, and you guys tell me whether you think that that should mean that Magnamut should be limited. Bestials are only as good as they are right now because of Tearlaments being the top tier deck. If Tearlament isn't the top tier deck, then Bestials probably don't see as much play. Do we agree on that or not? That being said, even though they are kind of situational in that way, right? They are kind of cards that depend on what your opponent plays, right? Like, if your opponent doesn't play Light or Darks or doesn't interact with his graveyard, Bestials aren't that good. That doesn't mean that they are okay, right? That they could still be too powerful in that regard, right? Like, for example, it's a very simple example, but Max C is only good if the opponent special summons, right? If we had a meta game where people only play Flunder, no one would play Max C. That doesn't mean Max C isn't too powerful. And Bestials are like a countermeasure to graveyard interaction with Lights and Darks. So like, maybe they are still a little bit too oppressive, right? Maybe they are, even though they are anti-meta cards in a way, they could still be too oppressive, right? And like, I think the thought of we can never really have a tier 1 deck anymore, or a good strong deck anymore, that really interacts with the graveyard with Light or Dark monsters, because if that ever becomes meta, then everyone is just going to destroy you with Bestials, is a scary thought as well, right? Like, don't you think that even though like they won't see play all the time, whenever they do see play, they will be a little bit too strong, or like very, very strong? Don't you also agree on that? Like, they're not going to be relevant all the time, but whenever they are, then they're going to be very, very oppressive for the Dark and Light decks. I think they're powerful, but they're okay. Yeah, I think, honestly, if anything, I think the only one that even warrants any sort of consideration of a hit would be Magnamut. I don't think I would ever argue that Druid Worm or Saronir need a hit. I think Magnamut is the only one that can be considered not fine. Just because the fact that it like searches any dragon on top of what he already does is like quite powerful. Right? I think if anything, it would be Magnamut that I would hit. And I personally am indifferent about it. I think I can live with Magnamut staying at 3 for a while. I wouldn't be mad at it either. I would not be mad if they limited Magnamut. I would understand it, and I would be okay with it. Yeah, that's my take. It's like, if I'm not mad at them for not banning Magnamut or limiting Magnamut, but if it happens, then it's fine. I can understand it. Because you only pulled one Magnamut? Nah, not because of that. Not because of that. I actually have 3 Magnamuts now. And then that's the Bestials. I think we could agree on that, honestly. Like, I think we could agree on Magnamut being either at 1 or 3, but both are kind of fine, right? We can kind of fine. Fenrir is another thing, right? Why is there a Banlist discussion? We literally had one last month. I mean, if you don't think it's interesting and you literally see no difference between this format and the last one, I'm not forcing you to watch. You can watch anyone else if you don't want to talk about the Banlist right now. Fenrir is not overhyped. I'll say it right now. Fenrir, I don't think will get hit for a few reasons. First of all, Kashtira is an upcoming archetype that hasn't really seen its time yet. It's a huge archetype in the OCG right now. But Fenrir, like, they haven't sold the upcoming Kashtira cards yet, right? They need to wait until the new Kashtira stuff comes out to potentially hit Fenrir. Now, I personally think Fenrir is a beautiful card that shouldn't be limited. I would hate for Fenrir to be limited because I think the best thing about this card is that you can play it in every deck, right? I think the best thing about Fenrir is that it can be played in any deck. I could live with a semi-limit on Fenrir. Fenrir is one of those cards, one of those very, very few cards that can work as a semi-limit. Like, normally, I hate semi-limiting cards, but like similar to Malicious, right? A card that can access itself could be fine as a semi-limited card. I think Fenrir as a 2-of could be fine, so you can still go Fenrir at Fenrir, and but you just don't open it as often, right? It's like at 3 Fenrir, you open that play a lot more often than with 2. So I think that'd be cool. I don't think it's gonna happen right now, though. I don't think it's gonna happen right now. I think eventually Fenrir will be good enough to be semi-limited. Now let's talk about Flunder. Honestly, I'm gonna just say I want this. I just want this. I guess we put the limits down here and the bans up there. I think statue... Wait, no, not limit statue. I think statue needs to be banned. And I have hopes for it, honestly. I have hopes for it because it happened in Master Duel. I don't know what that means for the TCG. I don't know if it means anything, but I just hope it happens, dude. I just hope it happens. Oh god, I really just want it to happen. I want statue banned. All the statues should be banned. I agree with you. The problem is it's not gonna happen like that. Because they tend to hit cards only when they become a problem, not like preemptively very often, right? So I think these probably stay for a while. But no, I think Stormwinds should definitely be banned. And then chat, we talked about that briefly earlier. Do we need any more hits to Flunder if we ban the barrier statue? 1, if yes. 2, if no, that's enough. I'm seeing a lot of 2s. I'm seeing some 1s. I personally... I mean... I guess in the sense of Flunder, we should also talk about Shifter. I personally don't look at Shifter... I don't look at Shifter like a Flunder card. Even though it kind of is, right? It was like... Shifter has been released in 2019... And like most of the time it just didn't see play, right? The first deck that really started to main deck Shifter was like Flunder, wasn't it? My man's just wants a tier 0 format. Have you seen the changes that we did right now? How are you a real human being typing that into the chat box right now? I'm a little confused as to how that would work. Okay, let's move on. I guess it's a Flunder player that's really mad that I touched his barrier statue and his dimension shifter. I'm sorry. I think Shifter... I wouldn't mind Shifter on the ban list. On a wish list, it would be here. On a wish list, it would be here. On a realistic list, I don't know if it happens or not. Like, I personally don't think it happens. Like, yeah, I can see them doing something stupid, like semi-limiting it, which is like, I guess better than 3. I guess we'll take it. If they do that. Honestly, I'm not even gonna... Until this card actually gets banned in our ban list discussions, I think we can... I think we can stop talking about it. Honestly, I think we can stop talking about it at this point. The Mystic Mine should be banned, in my opinion. And I mean, we've... Honestly, I am actually a little bit... I'm in shock. I'm in shock that after all this time, we still have to include this in our ban list discussions. Right? I am actually confused. Like, I said so often, I said, surely this time they have to do it. And they just, like, don't. They're just like, nope, we don't. We don't have to. We don't care. But I don't know. Mystic Mine and Called by the Grave should both be here. Now with this list, I think Sprite? What do we do to Sprite, chat? Because I think Sprite needs a hit. Limit Elf. You know what my problem is with limiting Elf? Is that limiting Elf... it's like the problem is most of the decks that are not Sprite, they play only one Elf. Which is a little weird. So you'd have to ban Elf. Which, I mean, I guess... Okay, no. I would like them to ban Elf. Even though I did play it in my YCS winning deck, I think banning Elf is something that has to happen at some point. But I don't think we have reached that point yet. Looking at like the history of the game or the history of the ban list, it's like Elf is way too generic. Elf is way too powerful. S3 Daedric, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Elf will get banned at some point, I think. But I don't think the time is now. Like, if you look at how long we had Halka Fibrax, Do you really think Elf already goes now? I don't think it happens. I think both. It's actually an interesting piece of like card design talk. I talked about it with some of my friends. Why I think Elf and Sprint are a problem, and what they should have done instead. It's irrelevant to this discussion because it's too late. But if I could errata Elf and Sprint, I think I would know how to make them well designed. I have a problem with their summoning condition. I think you should not be able to make Elf or Sprint with a Link 2 monster. You should not have to do that. You should not be able to do that with a Link 2 monster. You should be forced to use a level or rank 2 monster. And you know why? That it makes no sense for the Sprite archetype to be able to make them with a Link 2, because both of the Sprite links literally cannot even be used as link material. There is no reason that Sprite Elf requires a Link 2, because you cannot make Elf by using Sprint and you cannot make Sprint by using Elf. It thematically makes no sense that you can use Link 2s for the Sprite links, because in the Sprite archetype there is no Link 2 that can be used as link material. It makes sense that you can overlay a Link 2 for Gigantic, because that means you can use Elf to make Gigantic. And you can use Gigantic to make Elf. But you cannot use Elf to make Sprint. You cannot use Sprint to make Elf, because they have this sentence on them. And what that would mean is that you can only make Sprint if you already have access to a level 2. Because in order to have a level 2 or a rank 2, you need level 2s somewhere. You cannot just go Dark, steal your opponent's monster, make a Sprint, send Merly. No, you have to have Merly on the field or somewhere. Like, you have to have access to Merly to make Sprint. You have to have access to Merly to make Elf. You can't just go Dark into Elf. But that was just, I mean, it's pointless. It's literally pointless because, I mean, they're not going to errata the card, but that is how they should have done it, in my opinion. Or they could have just said, including a Sprite card. That would also been fine. Like, 2 monsters including a Sprite monster, that would have also been perfect, but no, they just forgot all of that. Anyways, I think Elf is a card that will eventually get banned, but not yet. Not yet. I don't think Elf is going to be on the next ban list. Yeah, I don't think Elf should be or will be on the next ban list, even though it will probably get hit eventually because it's just too generic and too powerful at that. The same for Sprint. Both of those cards. I mean, for Sprint though, you would have to ban it. You would straight up have to ban it because at 1, I mean, no one plays more than 1, right? So yeah. So what do we do for Sprite in order to make them a little weaker? I think limiting Elf would be okay. I think banning Toad would be interesting. Because I think that just hitting the Sprite consistency would be weird. I hate that in general. Most of the time, I hate just hitting the consistency and nothing else. Like, I think, yeah, I don't even know if I would hit the Sprite engine directly, because like the Sprite boards, they are good, but like for the most part, compare it to other stuff, like I think if you ban Toad, as much as I hate to say it, I think if you ban Toad, whatever Sprite does isn't as oppressive. I think if you ban Toad, whatever you do with Sprite is not going to be completely insane. Or like so insane, right? As much as I hate to say that. I really hate to say it. But I think without Toad, it's really hard to make something super crazy, right? Like, you have Elf. You have Red. You maybe have Carrot. And then you have, like, IP. Maybe Mannequin Cat. But, I don't know. Runic Sprite? Yeah, but I loved Runic Sprite. I didn't think Runic Sprite was a problem. I didn't consider Runic Sprite a problem. I guess we could talk about the Runic engine. I wouldn't hate if they did something like limit starter. I wouldn't hate limiting starter. Like, I could live with it. I could live with one starter, honestly. I wouldn't mind it. Would you limit starter, chat? Yes or no? I'm not sure if I would. With a Toad ban as well. Toad ban, do we also limit starter? Semi? Yes, if you limit all those cards for tier? Maybe. I think there's an argument for it. Ban Smashers? I think banning Smashers is, like, interesting, but also weird. Do we really need to ban Toad? Look, I wish we didn't have to, but I have to. I mean, even though I love Toad is one of my favorite cards of all time, but I think the design behind Toad is problematic. Like, I think I'm not a fan of the Omni Negate on extra deck monsters kind of thing, so I think it's okay. And, like, the fact that it's not once per turn, I'm okay with it. Honestly, Now, chat. If we hit all of these cards, we're going to talk about some other problem cards in a bit. But do you think if we do what's on the screen right now, are you happy with that list or are you not? Go for a playset of the new price card? I don't know yet. We'll see. Dragons and Branded get good under this list? Yeah, but, like, honestly, a dragon/branded format doesn't seem like that bad, right? Keep in mind, honestly, this is more of a wish list than a prediction. Not all of this is going to happen, I promise. Like, I promise you already that, like, half of this doesn't happen. Half of this does not happen. I personally don't think honestly, I hate to break it to you, I think after the next ban list, we still play Sprite and Tier. I think that's what's gonna happen, if you want my honest prediction. I think the next ban list is not going to do enough. Maybe it kills the Shizu tier, but, like, tier is still there. Something like that. But, yeah, I mean, I also don't think that's terrible. I think tier and Sprite are not unhealthy by nature. Like, I, for example, think the European Championship metagame was very cool. I also think the metagame post Darkwing Blast before Magnificent Mavens was going to be very nice. Now, before we finish this discussion of the current format, throw me some more problem cards that should be hit on this upcoming ban list. What is missing for you on this? What have we not talked about? Scythe? I mean, I'm down. Honestly, Scythe is not going to happen. I think. Scythe is not going to happen because it's just not doing anything right now, but I would very much like it to. Super Poly. Dweller, yeah, there's a couple of good candidates. Featherstorm, yeah. Baguska, I can see that. I don't think they would ever hit Garura. Even though I think it's, like, I think Garura is a fine card if it's not for Super Poly. I think the only reason for Garura to be on the even considered too powerful is Super Poly. Okay, so out of these ones, I will let you know which ones I think are gonna happen and which ones are not. I think, unfortunately, Featherstorm is not happening. And I think that's because there are so many unfair cards in the metagame or in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think they go purely off of popularity as well. And Featherstorm, unfortunately, the card is broken, but I don't think the card is popular enough. I mean, luckily, I don't think the card is popular enough to be on the ban list. What I could see is maybe limiting it because of Trap Trick. So you cannot play as many copies of it. That'd be okay. But like, yeah, I don't see this card being banned, honestly. I don't see this card being banned anytime soon. Unfortunately. Super Poly is a card that I've predicted this last time already for the last ban list, but I guess they wanted to sell their Garura. I think Super Poly will be eventually somewhere on the list where it shouldn't be, because I think the card with Garura in mind should be banned, but I think they're just going to put it at 1 or 2, which is weird. But that's where it's been for a long time. And they'll probably do that again at some point. But yeah, I think Super Poly should be banned, but I think it's not going to happen. They're going to put it to 1 or 2. I don't think they touch Dark Ruler or Evenly or Lightning Storm. I think they want those cards to be in the game, which is fine, honestly. Dark Ruler, I would never touch Dark Ruler. I think Dark Ruler is a fine card. I think Dark Ruler is a very, very fine card. I have no issues with the design of Dark Ruler. I think it's great. Scythe, in all honesty, should absolutely be banned. I don't know if it's going to happen this time around. I don't think so. Simply, same argument as Featherstorm. Not enough people playing it. Not enough people playing Scythe for it to be banned right now, I think. Unfortunately. Dweller and Baguska, quite frankly, Baguska I don't think is happening. I just don't think so. I hate the card, but I think they won't do it. Dweller, maybe. Dweller is a maybe. I would personally do it. I agree with you. I would probably do it, and but I don't know if it's. I don't know if they will do it. And then the only other thing that I'm seeing a lot of in chat that people want hit is Runix. Would I hit Runix? Probably yes. I would probably hit Runic in some capacity, but I don't know what to do. Like, limiting Fountain could be okay. Limiting Fountain could be okay. Limiting Tip could be okay. Limiting Hugin could also be okay. That way you can, like, if you negate one Hugin, they cannot get the thing. Maybe that's fine, actually. Maybe limiting Hugin is okay. Limit Fountain, semi-limit Tip, yeah. Maybe a small Runic hit is okay. Limit Tip, limit Fountain, or limit Hugin. Not all of it, but like one of them. Hugin puts itself back in the extra deck only if it gets destroyed by Battler card effect. So like, not if you link with it or synchro with it or exceeds with it. So not that much. This is not gonna happen. I mean, I don't know if it happens, honestly. Honestly, I'm fine if it doesn't happen. I like Runix. No bias here, but I like Runix. I don't care if it happens. But yeah. Okay. So that's how I think that's how I would tackle the format. The only thing, honestly, the only thing that I'm a little bit scared of when I'm looking at these changes we are suggesting, like I said, I really, really hated the format that we had before Power of the Elements. So I really don't want to go back to it, right? if I would rather play a freaking tier limit tier 0 format until the end of time than going back to the previous format before Power of the Elements. Genuinely, I hated that. I don't want to go back there. Yeah. Why hating Branded? No, I don't hate Branded. Branded out of all of those are fine. Do you talk about YCS Osaka? We talked about that in the beginning of the stream. If you want to check out the VOD, yeah, we did talk about the. We talked about the all the stuff, the Dark World deck, the YCS in Japan, all the good stuff. Yeah. But yeah, there is a concern here. If we hit all of these decks, like if we hit Ishizu tier really hard, we hit Sprite. That we go back to Sword Soul, Branded, Adventure, these types of things. So maybe they should preemptively hit some of it, maybe even Runic. But I'm not so sure about that. Honestly, all of it is just speculation anyways. Okay, I want to do one last thing because I'm genuinely curious and I don't have my own answer for it. When do we expect a ban list? Type the number of weeks into the chat box right now that you think until the next ban list. The number of weeks. 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 3, 12, 10. 10, 9, 8. Oh my god, you guys are pessimistic. 6, 7, 8, 6. Okay. Uncle at Konami. 8, 4. Tomorrow weeks. Okay. 8 weeks. When would 8 weeks be? 8 weeks would be, oh my god, 8 weeks would be in January. Oh god. What was the average? Does someone remember what the average was for like a ban list? I remember, I think Farfa talked about it in his ban list video. We watched it. The average is 3 months. Average is 3 months. And when was the last one exactly? Beginning of October? October 3rd. So that is what? 6 weeks? It's been 6 weeks. So 1.5 months. So by average, it would be the end of December. I think a tier 0 format maybe warrants a ban list a little bit sooner than average, maybe. That's just my take. Personally, I think they might be... Oh, the average ban list times are in this spreadsheet. Average... Okay, days from the ban list. 99, 100, 65, 54. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the average... Okay. $100 days. My god, 100 days. Okay. So by that average, we shouldn't be... Yeah, average on the last... From the last ban list is 90 days. 90 days, which is about 13 weeks. About 13 weeks, a little less than 13 weeks, which is about 3 months. Pretty exactly 3 months. Which would mean 1st of January, roughly. Roughly the beginning of January. Would you be happy with that? Would you think that's reasonable? Or would you say it has to be earlier because it's a tier 0 format? Like if I told you right now, ban list 1st of January, guaranteed. Do you take it or leave it? Yeah. Do we take that deal or we leave it? Take it as at least I can plan, I guess. Yeah. People leave. What are my options? Your options are you can take a guaranteed ban list on the 1st of January, or you can stay coping that they'll do an earlier one, but potentially they will just do it later. Like, you basically get no info when it happens. It could be earlier, it could be later. I'm just saying if we're happy with the guaranteed one. It's definitely later, so take it. I don't know. I think it would be reasonable to take that offer and be like, you know, these are the current YCSs coming up. Okay. YCS Pasadena happened. Costa Rica is almost 2 weeks away. We have a remote YCS beginning of December. And we have a remote YCS in Latin America. Okay, so yeah, okay, European events are not announced yet, so we don't know when those are. So like, I don't think it happens before Costa Rica. Like, of course not. I don't think that happens. I do think that, I mean, I don't know which of these, does anyone know which of these is Goki format? Which of these ban list is Goki format? August 2018. And is this the one that hit Goki, or is this the one that hit Goki? Because I'm trying to figure out if we have a more broken format, right? If we have a more broken format, does it, like, for example, this one only took 54 days, which is 2 months only, not even. Which one was this? January 1st, like, did this solve any problematic format? Why was it so early in relation to the other ones? Or the one that only took 65. Was this because it solved Goki? The firewall one. Okay. So, okay, one could assume that in the more problematic formats, they are at least inclined to drop it a little bit sooner rather than later. Whereas the last format, for example, as the other extreme, right, 133 days, it was a rather diverse format, right? People had their problems with it, but it was rather diverse, and that's why they maybe kept it running for a longer time, and this one isn't. If I was working at Konami, responsible for the ban list, I mean, I would drop it earlier. I would always drop it earlier in general, but like, especially in a format like this one, I would be inclined to drop it earlier rather than later, but that's just me. But yeah, I guess there is hope. Maybe after the remote dual YCS in North America, like somewhere in December, maybe. I don't know when they announced the next European YCS. I hope we have one before the next European YCS, no matter when that is. I don't want to play another YCS with the same deck, basically. But yeah, okay. That's my take on the meta right now. I do think the format is not bad. I don't think the format is perfect either, but I think some changes are definitely warranted, simply because Tier 0, even though from a competitive standpoint it can be fine, from many other standpoints it has some problems though. Anyways, I want to thank you guys all for watching, because we're going to call it a day now. Please remember to follow the stream if you aren't followed yet. And I'm going to look for someone to raid right now. And I hope to see you guys back tomorrow, Don't say no. I'll be back tomorrow, and then I'll be back on Friday too. You get a Friday stream this week. We play hella Pokemons on Friday. It's gonna be great. What do you mean no? We play Pokemon on Friday. It'll be Pog. Alright, there's not really anything in the Yu-Gi-Oh category, so I'm gonna check Master Duel for someone that I know. Or someone that's just small and will appreciate it. Right, there's Yang Zing testing going on Master Duel right now, so I'll send you guys over there. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope you'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys for all the follows. Thank you for all the subs. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. I want you to spam some Josh YGO hearts in this person's chat. Fill it up with some love, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a nice day. Peace.